Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all the participants. So just a quick recap. We have yesterday we had a very fruitful sessions with us. We all have learned so much about the topic or on the sub-theme process of positioning the research for publication in high impact factor journals, wherein Dr. Ravinder Walia, Professor P.S. Devra, Dr. Sumit Narula, Dr. Anish Gupta, Dr. Indu Shekhar Thakur, Dr. Rishi Mandrai, they have given their excellent inputs regarding this, how we can publish our research paper in high impact journals. They have really discussed lots of examples. They have showed lots of examples and lots of case studies being discussed. So it was really a great day yesterday. Today also we have excellent speaker with us. We have Dr. Senthil, Director, Department of MCA, Hindustan College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, to whom we can see he has already joined with us, and then followed by Dr. Monica Arora, Professor, Amity Business School, Amity University, Haryana. And after that, 2 o'clock, we are starting with our valedictory session, wherein Professor P.P. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, will be joining us. Professor Dr. Dhananjay Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Teachers University will be joining, and Professor Surinder Jaswal, Director Research from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So today we have again a very fruitful day ahead. So a very warm welcome to Professor Dr. Senthil. We are so happy that you have accepted our invite and be here on this platform to share your deep knowledge as far as this sub-theme. Today's sub-theme is avoiding unethical practices for quality research and publications. So a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Senthil.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Over to you, Dr. Nisha.
Thank you, ma'am, and a very good morning to all the participants. I would like to welcome you all to our fifth day FDB program. I would like to start introducing Dr. A.V. Senthil Kumar. He is a Director, Department of MCA at Hindustan College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. To his credit, he has industrial experience for 5 years as system analyst in a garment export company. Later, he took up teaching at CMS College of Science and Commerce, Coimbatore, and now he is working as director and professor in the Department of MCA since 2010. He has published papers in various national and international journals and edited books on data mining and mobile computing. He is an editor-in-chief for international journal titled International Journal of Data Mining and Emerging Technologies, International Journal of Image Processing and Applications, International Journal of Advances in Knowledge, Engineering and Computer Science, International Journal of Advances in Computer and Information Engineering, and International Journal of Research and Reviews in Computer Science. He is a key member for India Machine Intelligence Research Lab. I would now like to warmly welcome Dr. A.V. Senthil Kumar and invite him to kindly start his session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Founder, President, Amity Education Groups, Dr. Azin Chauhan, Chancellor, Amity University, Professor P.P. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Haryana, Professor Vikash Madhukar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Haryana, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, and my special thanks to Dr. Sajnavich, Program Director, Amity Academic Staff College, Amity University, Haryana, and Dr. Amrendra Pani, Deputy Director and Head, Research Division, Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi, for giving this great opportunity. So let me start my session. So today I'm going to share my experience as well. So this is about to publish your papers in good journals, as well as how to avoid some journals which are not suitable for your research work, or to avoid some journals which will be cheating the authors, for example, and how to index, make your citations increasing, how to index, find a good index journal to publish your papers and all. Okay, so let me start this session. So, is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, audible.
Okay. So before entering, you can most of you can think why you should publish. What is the purpose of publishing? Okay. So when you publish some articles or books, sure it will improve your skill. It will improve your writing skill. Helps in knowledge upgradation. It keeps you updated whenever new things are going on. It keeps you updated. It teaches you about some literature, what is happening around you. Also, when you see your paper or your content is published in somewhere else, sure it makes you happy. So your research work will sure help the society in any way. You'll get an appreciation for your work either from your head of the department or institution or from your management. You'll get some publicity to your work, and it adds value for your name. It keeps you alive as a researcher. It also motivates others for doing the research, taking your work as a base paper or base work. It helps others, motivates others to do their research work. And above all, you can also earn money from your publications. Okay. Now, before that, whether I need some interest to publish, whether I need some talent to publish articles. No. Simple. Just you have some little interest. Sure, you can publish any articles or books. See the child, nobody is asking the child to work. It is own interest, it starts working. Just you need some support from others. That's all. So for writing or publishing articles, there's no need of extra talent from your side. Just a little interest, it makes you to publish anything, any articles or books. Okay, so what I am showing my publications. So I started my publications during 1990 itself. This is our local newspaper where I started my publishing some small articles. This is during 1990. So this is some journals which I publish some articles where I got some few amounts, some 10 rupees or 5 rupees for each publications. So this is a computer magazine in a local language. I answered the questions for various students or persons for more than 12 years in this magazine. So this is how I started my publication work. I received some few money, but it satisfied my somewhat it satisfied me. Okay. Now, whether I need sorry, why is citation impact important? Many of them can think, why I need my citation impact? What is the purpose of citation? See, suppose you are doing say, your research work or you are a PhD scholar. Without publishing anything, sure you think you will be in a mute position. Only if you go on publishing, you will be in a live stage. Otherwise, you will be in a mute stage. So without publishing, sure you'll be in a mute. Okay, you are publishing something. Suppose if it is not cited, then what is the use? It is like talking in a place where there is no audience. So when you publish something, sure it should be read by others so that it will be cited in their works. So publishing a work is not important. So it is important only when most of them read your works. So when others read your works, sure, they will cite your work in their research purpose. So citation is more important whenever you do publications. Okay. So no, not being cited is not like talking without anybody actually listening. So you can also think why I should care if nobody is reading. What is the reason? If they want, they can read. Otherwise, what is the purpose I should take care? So then you can also think that why you should publish. If nobody is citing your work, then why you should publish? So this is the alternative question. So whenever you publish papers, publish some good works, so that many of them can read your work and they can cite their work in their papers. So citation is most important one when you publish any paper or books. So it also helps knowing your work. The cited helps you prepare for your confirmation. When more number of persons cite your works, sure it will help for your confirmation, your promotion application, also for your yearly performance appraisal. Apart from that, for your academic impact. Okay. So when your work is cited by many people, it pays attention to your citations. You can learn who is building on your work. When your work is cited by any one of them, you can identify so that particular person is using your work. It is a way to identify whether your work is used by others. It also helps for your future collaborations. You can also use the particular persons who are citing your paper in the works. So this citations helps for future collaborations also. Apart from that, you can also get some new ideas. If somebody is citing your work in their papers, you can also interact with them. You can use their ideas in your own work so that you can develop some new ideas in your research. Apart from that, when there is more number of citations, sure, there will be ego boost for you. If you find if your citations are more, sure, it will encourage you and it will give a ego boost for your research work. Okay, what are the top indices? Suppose if I want to submit my paper to a journal, so I am searching for some index journals. So what are the top indexes available? So the first one is Web of Science. It is maintained by Clarivate Analytics. So it is maintained by Clarivate Analysis. So it indexes sciences, social sciences, arts and humanities types of publications. The second one is Scopus. So it is maintained by Elsevier. It mainly indexes scientific information from medicine to computer science, the social sciences and humanities. The other one is AI Competex. It indexes engineering database comprised of selected engineering research articles and publications. DOAJ, it is directly open access journals. It mainly indexes open access publications. The other one is Bio1. This indexes focus mainly on the biological, ecological, and environmental science journal content. The other one is ACM Digital Library, with its collection of full text content. It includes indexing of journals, conference proceedings, technical magazines, newsletters, and books. It also covers computing and information science. The next one is ERIC, which is well-known online database only for indexing education literature as well as resources. That is PubMed, which mainly indexes bibliographic data based on biomedical literature only. The other one is InSpec. It covers journals, proceedings, books, and more sources in the areas of physics, engineering, computing, and information technology. The other one is PsycInfo. It indexes psychology and other related psychological association publications. So these are the top indexes which you can send your papers for the particular journals which are indexed in this type of indexes. Now, what is an ISN number? So these are all basic things. So just I'll give an introduction for this. So what is an ISN number? So each and every journal should have an ISSN number. So using this identification only, you can identify whether a particular journal. So whenever you have a journal, it should have an ISSN number. It is nothing international standard serial number. So each and every publication that is put today, it may be a book. It should have an ISSN. Sorry, not for book, only for journals. It is an ISSN number. So it will be of 8 digits. So the 7 digits will be of numericals. The last one will be either a number or X. So what is the purpose of this X is to identify whether the 7 digits which are given for the particular journal is correct or not. So each and every journal should have an ISSN number. It is International Standard Serial Number. So see here, for example, the ISSN number of a journal is 03785955, where the final 5 is the check digit. That is, it is check digit C is equal to 5. Either in some books it will be 5, otherwise they will use a X symbol there. If I want to identify, check whether the 7 digits is given is correct or not for the particular journal, I can use a formula below like this. So 0 into 8 plus 3 into 7 plus 7 into 6, you'll get some number. You divide by this number by 11, you will get a remainder. So you add this 14 by plus 6 by 11. If you get a remainder 0, then that particular number is the correct number for this journal. Otherwise, it's not correct. So totally for an ISSN number for a journal, it will be of 8 digits. Don't be confused. So ISSN number is given for each and every journal. So if you want to check whether the particular ISSN number is correct for a particular journal, so I given a link below this here. It is nothing, journalseeker.research-3.com. Just you can click that. You will get a screen like this. Okay. In that screen, there's an option called ISSN number. That's a box. You type that particular ISSN number in that particular box and click this validate. You'll get a screen like this. So below that, you're getting some numbers ISSN. So for the particular number 03785955, there is a given a green tick. So this particular ISSN number is a valid one. You can also check like this. In some cases, some journals will give a wrong ISSN number, even though they are not assigned for the journal. They'll put some numbers. So you should check before sending a paper to a journal whether the particular journal has an ISSN number. In some cases, there will be 13 numbers for an ISSN number. The other numbers are used for the publisher's details or some other details. Next, we can see what's an ISBN number. So whenever you consider a book, each and every book should have an ISBN number. So International Standard Book Number. So for each and every book, you should have an ISBN number. So initially, this ISBN number was of 9 digits. Okay, so it was SBN, some number is given there. So initially, it was known as standard book number. It consists of 9 digits. Later on, it has been changed to 10 digits. International standard book number. So the first digit was given as 0. So nowadays, each and every ISBN consists of 10 digits. Okay, for example, I have given an example ISBN 0340013818. So this ISBN number is used to identify a particular book. So this is unique for each and every book. So these are all other related things. So see here. So when I have an ISBN number, it is used to identify either a publisher identifier or idea of a title, for example, a country where it is published, price, all these things. So this is the purpose of an ISBN number, which is given for book. Then what is a DOI number? So you have seen an identification for a journal, an identification for a book. Now what is this DOI number? So it is nothing, digital object identifier. For each and every paper you have published, you can use an DOI number, that is digital object number. For every paper which is published in a journal, it will be assigned a data object identifier. So see, I given an example below that. For example, you can see an elsewhere publication. So I have rounded in red mark. So DOI 10 point something like that. So each and every journal will have their own DOI number. So they will add some simple marks for each and every paper, but they will have a unique identifier, that is 10.101016 will be the unique identifier. After that, they will add some numbers for each and every paper published. So each and every paper published in a journal will be identified by this digital object identifier. Now, how to increase your citations? Suppose you have published some works, you want to increase your citations. It means that your work should be read by more number of people. Only if your work is read by more number of people, you can get more number of citations. So how to improve? How to improve this citations for your work? So you should consider some 4 C's. What are these 4 C's? First one is competence. Second one is collaboration. Third one is care. And fourth one is communication. So competence. So competence is nothing. You should deliver a high quality work. If your work is a quality one, if your work which is published is a quality one, sure you will get more number of readers. If there is more number of readers for your work, sure you will get more number of citations. So when you consider this competence, your work should be a high quality one. Meaningful work is more likely to be cited. So try to publish some high quality works. Then collaborate. This is the main one. So try to collaborate. Whenever you publish any work, you should have some co-authors with you. Either it may be the co-authors from your college or from other states or other mainly from other countries. If you have collaboration with any some others, and if your publication consists of co-authors, sure you will get more number of citations. So when you have some collaboration, sure you will have some complementary skills which your collaborator will have. You can combine, you can get some idea, and you will publish some collaborative work so that that particular work will be read more by more number of people. So also that before you're sending your paper to some journal, will have some more number of reviews. Your collaborator will also review your paper. You will review your paper. So more reviews will be there so that your paper will be refined more. So it will become more quality. Apart from that, when your work is collaborative, the network of your co-author will also cite that particular work. So you will get more number of collaborations, citations. The third one is care. So whenever you publish work, you're in the professional field. Whenever you publish your work, you should take care. Either it may not, suppose somebody can help you in writing or checking or reviewing or some English grammar checking, all these things. So whenever your work is supported by other people, just say thanks to them. This is one way. So when you say thanks or some greetings to them, sure, what they will do, they will recommend your work or they will take your work to some other people so that people can refer your paper or read your work. They can cite your work in the publication. So be careful whenever you publish some works with help of some other peoples, because we are all professional in the area of professional. We should be a good academic citizen, because when you make some promises in any conferences, you alert collaborators and academic friends to useful information and congratulate them on their achievements. This is one way which you can make your work to read by others. The main one is communicate. This is the main C in this course.
Dr. Senthil, just sorry to bother you in between. Can you speak little louder?
One second, ma'am. Can you hear me now? More?
Just little more louder.
Oh, 1 second. Okay, now it's okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The fourth C, which is communicate, this is the most important one. Okay. See, if you have any work you are keeping with you itself, then what's the use? So it should be sold. It means that your work should be made so that others can read it. So this is probably the most important aspect of getting cited. See, the academics, we are not ready to go and search a book and we are not ready to read. The olden days, what we did, we went for these libraries, we referred some books and we did the research work. But nowadays, nobody is interested. They need everything in the table. So you should make your work to reach others. So how to make your work to reach others? So we should create a personal website. So you put all your details in your personal website. Either you publish some work or if you have any idea of any research work, all these details should be put in your personal website. So when you put all these details in the personal website, sure, somebody can go through your personal website, they can see what research work you are going on, or what are the publications you have made. If it is related to them, sure, they will read your work and they will cite your work in their research papers. Then the other one is to try to publish your work mainly in online open access journals. So when you publish your work in open access journals, sure, if somebody Googles a particular topic, sure, your paper will be listed in that particular list. Sure, they will read your paper. If they are interested, they will sure cite your work, or they will take your work as a base paper for the research work. So I'll explain what are the free online opportunities are there to put your work. I'll come next. So next, you should have a Google Scholar citation profile. You should create a Google Scholar citation profile. I'll tell you how to create it and all that. So you should have a Google Scholar citation profile. So whenever you publish any book or chapter or journal paper or anything, you should update it in the Google Scholar citation. This will help your Google Scholar citation impact. So we can see how to create this letter in the later screens. Okay, the other one is you should attend conferences, present your work, and talk to people. So I visited more than 50 or 60 times abroad. So I'll often go to conferences. So I'll meet some new people so that it will be helpful for my publications. So that my publications will maximum of some collaboration for others from other countries. So you attend conferences, present your work, and talk to people coming there. You also take some printouts of your previous published works. You can distribute there so that the persons who take your work in some way, in some or some other days, they will refer it. If they are interested, they will contact you. You can have some collaborative work. Okay, sometimes if you are not able to attend a conference, either the money problem will be there or some personal problem will be there. What you can do? You can use some social medias. You can use some social medias. Using the social medias, you can interact with other people. You can interact with your publications or your research work so that you can get some collaboration. So you can also, for example, you can use Twitter so that you can tweet your research work using Twitter. So you can get some collaborations that one. Other thing is you can use some blog posts. You can have a blog. You can put all your publications in the blog or your research work in the blog. So it will be helpful for others to read your research work. So these are some free blogs out there. You can use this Wix, WordPress, LinkedIn, Weebly, Medium, Ghost, Blogger, Tumblr, Zoomla, Zimdo. So you can use these websites. You can use this blog websites. You can put your research details here so that others can go through it. If they're interested, they will contact you for future collaborations. Okay. Next, this is an old-fashioned way. Even though it's an old-fashioned, in some way it will help you. You send an email. Whenever you publish some new works or books, you can send an email to your friends or some proposals known to you so that I have done some work. This is my work. You send an abstract, for example. This is my work. If you are interested, we can join, we can have some collaborative work. This is another way, even though it's an old-fashioned way, you can write mass emails so that you can distribute your work. So some more tips to increase your citation count. The main thing is you should write high quality papers. The quality paper should be useful to others. It should be a novel one and it should be an interesting one. Only if it is novel and useful to others, they will read your work. Otherwise, they will not read your work. The paper should be in a citable way. So citable way means your paper should be clear. It should be clear. Whenever, even though the paper is 4 pages or 5 pages, for example, if anybody reads your paper, sure they should understand your work, what you have done. So your paper should be clear. It should be an organized one. So when you say an organized, it should have an abstract, keywords, introduction, literature survey, previous work, your work, then some conclusion, experimental results, references. So your work should be in an organized way. And apart from that, it should be without any grammatical errors. So you try to use some serious concern which is currently going on. So when you see that during the COVID period, most of the papers published are on the basis of COVID. So when you are writing a paper, you try to take the current scenario so that it will be helpful for others. The other point is the paper which you are publishing should be able to give some answers for the fundamental questions. Suppose you are writing a paper in some artificial intelligence in a particular area, the persons who are reading your work should be able to understand. They should be able to get some answers for the fundamental questions they expect. Okay. So although the biggest questions usually cannot be addressed in your paper, since it is some 4 or 5 pages, it will be a short paper. You should clarify how your research is connected with one or more of the expansive questions. So it should be able to answer some small questions which the readers expect. So this is the main thing. You can also cite your previous works in your work. If your previous work which is published is related to the current work, for example, you can also cite your previous published works in your current paper. Then also you can cite your friends' papers. If you cite your friend's paper in your paper, sure your friends will cite your work in their papers. This is another way to increase your citations. So try to cite your friend's papers in your paper. So when you're giving title to your paper, don't use colon in your title. You can use a question mark. So you should not use a question mark in your title of a paper, but you can use a question. So this is some way, some stage through it may seem that whenever a paper is having question colon in the title, more number of readers will read your paper. So you avoid a question mark symbol in your title of your paper. You can add a colon in your paper, it will be useful. Try to publish some review articles. It will get more number of readers for your review articles so that you can get more number of citations. So this is the main thing. Try to publish your work in peer-reviewed journals. Instead of publishing your work in an ordinary journals, try to publish your work in peer-reviewed journals. It is also known as a top-tier journals. Also, it is known as a referred journal. So we can see all this later, the latter point. So try to publish your work in peer-reviewed journals. So the next point is when you're using your name in all your papers, try to use the same name in all the papers. Either it may be a first name or last name. You should use the same. Sometimes your first name and last name will be combined in some paper. In some other papers, the first name will be a separate word and the second name will be a last name will be a separate word. So this will make your paper to move some other headings. So whenever you use your name in your works, use the exact name in all the publications. So the next point is when you're using keywords and phrases in your work, use some common keywords in your paper. So whenever somebody Googles some topic or some words, so that your work, your publications can be listed in that particular search. So whenever you give keywords, use some common keywords in this paper. The main thing is try to publish your work in special issues. Instead of publishing your work in normal or general issues, you try to publish in special issues. This will make some more number of readers for your papers. So one more thing is when you're giving some bibliographical data in paper, so try to give some correct information on your papers. Okay. Sometimes when you're working in some college, you're shifting to some other college. So you don't give the same bibliographical. You check it when before submitting to your journal to check your bibliographical data whether the information given by you is correct. When you change, for example, when you change some other college, you change the college name in the particular information. So the information given should be thorough and accurate. So also you check for plagiarism when before sending your paper to any journal. For example, you can use Authenticate or Turnitin to check your plagiarism of your work before sending to your journal. The last main point is publish less, don't compromise with quality. The main thing is your work should be a quality one. If your work is a quality one, sure, you will get some more number of citations. Even though the number of publications is less, if the quality is more, sure, you will get more number of citations. So this is how to develop or write a quality research paper. So before writing to a paper, first you choose a right topic, what you are going to write. Suppose if it's a COVID, you select a particular topic first. After selecting the topic, you search for research the topic in the Google or some books or any journals. You go for searching. After searching it, you make an outline. These are the things you are going to write. After making an outline, you organize the notes. So you put the abstract. The abstract should be this. The introduction should be like this. The literature survey should be like this. You should make an outline. After organizing these notes, you start actual writing. After actual writing your paper, you send for proofreading to your friends or somebody. You send a proofreading. They can find some grammatical errors or some faults so that you can be rectified by you. After editing and proofreading, you send the paper for a publication. Next, you can see what should be a journal impact factor. So most of you know nowadays, they tell the journal impact factor of a journal. They mainly depends, they'll search for high journal impact factor journal, then they'll send the paper to the particular journal. So what is this journal impact factor? So this journal impact factor is provided by Clarivate. This is mainly given for only for the journals which are indexed in Web of Science. So you can see some other journal impact factor, for example, SJIF or some other thing. They are not the original journal impact factors. This JIF is mainly given only for the journals which are indexed in Web of Science. So for example, the Science Citation Index or Social Science Citation Index journals. So how this journal impact factor is calculated? So they will take the previous 2 years. Suppose they want to calculate the journal, a particular journal's impact factor, they will take the previous 2 years publications and how many citations are there for the particular 2 years publications. They will divide this. It gives the journal impact factor for a particular year. So the journal impact factor is the average number of times articles from the journal published in the past 2 years have been cited in the particular year. So we are given a simple example. For suppose if a journal impact factor should be calculated for a year 2008, they will take the previous 2 years publication and how many citations are there. Then they will divide this A by B, which gives the journal impact factor. So cites to recent items divided by number of recent items, which gives 6.125 journal impact factor for a particular journal. Then what is the site score? We have also heard about this word site score. This site score is given only for the journals which are indexed in Scopus. Journal impact factor is given only for the journals which are indexed in Web of Science. Site score is given only for the journals which are indexed in Scopus, that is by Elsevier. So it has been launched in December 2016. Only after 2016 we have heard about this Scopus index journals. So how the site score is calculated? So this is calculated for the previous 3 years publications. This journal impact factor uses only 2 years publications, but this site score uses previous 3 years publications. So they will take the previous 3 years publication, total number of publications, divided by the number of citations for the publications, which gives the site score. So nowadays, from 2020, they're using a 4-year window. Okay. See, when you see any Scopus journal, you can see a site score. For example, here I have shown here 1.8. which is equal to 2,200 something citations divided by the 1205 documents. So total number of citations for the previous 3 years divided by the total number of documents published in the 3 years, which gives the CITE score. Then you also heard about this SkyMago journal rank. What is the SkyMago journal rank? It is a type of rank given for a journal. So it also takes the same process. It is also given by Scopus, only for the Scopus index journals. Here, what is the difference between a CITE score as well as this SkyMago journal rank means? The SkyMago journal rank gives a list of ranks for a journal from 1 to something like that. So it takes only the journals which are indexed. The citations will be taken only by the journals, high quality journals index citations. That's the difference. The CITE score takes all the citations, but this SkyMago journal rank takes only the citations which are cited in high quality journals will be taken. So when you go for the SkyMago journal rank, they will give number 1, 2, 3 for each and every journal. So this shows the journal quality of a particular journal. That is the prestige of the journal. So this also takes 3 years publications. So you have heard about this Q index, Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. This Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 is given based on the SkyMago journal rank. So the rank for this SkyMago journal rank for the journals will be given from 1 to 100. If the journals rank lies between 1 to 25, it comes under Q1. If the journals rank lies between 26 to 50, it will be under Q2. If the journals rank is between 51 to 75, it will be in Q3. And after that, from 76 to 100, the particular journal will be in Q4. This is how Q1, Q2, Q3 are given for a particular journal based on this SkyMago journal rank. So if you want to check a SkyMago journal rank for a particular journal, you can go to the website skymagojr.com. You can see a small box. You type the journal name there and press the enter key. It will show the SkyMago journal rank of a particular journal, either 1, 2, 3, or 50 or 70, some numbers between 1 and 100. Now, what is the major difference between CITE score and journal impact factor? So CITE score calculation is based on Scopus data. Impact factor is based on Web of Science data. CITE score uses 3-year window, but after 2020, it is using 4-year window. Impact factor adopts a 2-year window. Elsevier launched this CITE score. This Clarivate Analytics launched this impact factor. The two companies already have competing bibliographical citation databases, that is Scopus and Web of Science. Then what is this Google Scholar metrics? Now this, somebody can ask, what is the H index in Google Scholar? So this H index was found by Georges in 2005. Suppose if you go for a Google Scholar citations web page, you can see H index. So how many times a particular your publication, suppose if 10 of my publication is indexed more than 10 times, then my H index is, sorry, if 10 of my publications are indexed more than 10 times, then my H index value is 10. If my 11 of my publications are indexed more than 11 times, then my H index value is 11. Then what is this H score? H score takes only the median value. Suppose after my H index value, how many citations number are there? For example, in this previous example, my H index is 3. Okay. After this, above this 3, there are 3 journals which are indexed 17 times, cited 17 times, 9 times, and 6 times. So now my H score value will be with these 3 articles, those cited by 79 and 6. These are my H score value. What is the H median? H median lies between the H score value. The median value, which measures the distribution of citations to the articles in the H score. So in this example, 9 is my H score, H median value. Now, if I want to find my H index or H5 core or H5 median, you are going to take only 5 years publications for finding this. If I take 10 years publications, then it will be H10 index or H10 core or H10 median. If I take some 7 years publications only, then it will be H7 index or H7 core or H7 medium. Now, if you want to find your H-index value in Google Scholar, go to Google screen. You type your name in that small box, search box. Now you can see a list of publications, your links. So on the first link, I can see my name, A.V. Sindhil Kumar, Google Scholar. Just I will click that. Now I can see a screen like this. This is my Google Scholar citation screen. So it will show all my publications below this title. For each and every publications, how many numbers are cited, then which year the particular paper is published. So in the next, you can see a picture. It shows a graph of my citations. Each and every year, how many citations are done for my publication. It also shows my I-10 index. So what is this I-10 index? If your publications, for example, you have published some 10, 20 papers, if 10 of your papers are indexed more than 10 times, then your I-10 value will be 10. If 11 of your papers are indexed more than 10 times, then your I-index value will be 11. So it shows I-10 index, H-index, and total number of citations. Okay. Now, how to find our H-index value in Scopus? Suppose I want to know my H-index value in Scopus. Open this Scopus screen. You click this author search form. On the top, you can see author search and sources. First one is author search. You click that one. Below that, you can type your name, your first name and last name, and type your institution, and click the search button that is in blue color. Now it shows a screen like this. In this screen, you can see your name, the documents, number of documents indexed in this corpus, then H-index value, your institution name. Then you click the name. For example, you keep your cursor on the top of the name and click it. Now you can see a screen like this. Now it shows, in the left side, you can see number of documents which are Scopus index, how many citations are there, and what is the H-index value. It also shows a graph each and every year, how many papers are indexed in Scopus and how many citations for each and every year. It shows like this. Suppose if you think that any of your paper is missing in Scopus index, you know that your work is indexed in Scopus, but it is not showing in your Scopus website. The reason is sometimes your first name and last name will be somehow it will be interchanged, for example, or it may be combined. In that case, your paper will be moved in some other header. In that case, how to troubleshoot it? How to bring that particular paper to your number of documents, total number of documents under your name. So there are three ways you can troubleshoot it. One is you can send a mail to Scopus. Okay, that is Scopus, Scopus suggestions at elsewhere.com, I think so. You can see an email in this contact in Scopus website. You can send an email that particular paper which is indexed in Scopus, it is not added to my name. You can send an email. Sure, they will reply it. If it is confident to them, they will add that particular paper to your name. This is one way. The other way is you can chat with them. There's an option called chat in the Scopus website. You can chat with them and you can mention that the particular paper is not indexed in your or added in your name. Sure, they will check it and they will add that particular paper under your name heading. Okay, this is another way. You create a login in Scopus, you sign in. Now, when you go to this, after logging in, there's an option called Author Feedback Wizard. You can see in the small blue color box under Search for an Author Profile. There is in the third line, you can see Author Feedback Wizard. You click that. When you click that, you can see a screen like this. First, you will ask. Okay, you can see a screen like this. First, you can see author last name, author first name. Again, it will ask author last name, author first name. Suppose if your first name and last name is changed in some other paper, it is your own paper, so that the particular paper will be moved in some other heading. In that case, you can combine these two in your own heading. See, in the first name, I have given A.V. Sindhil and Kumar. In the second, I have given Kumar and A.V. Sindhil. In some cases, your name may be interchanged in publication. So in that case, you can give the different names here. Then you can click this. See the name variant and affiliation in the screen and type the names you feel that your paper is moved to some other header and click the search button. Now it will show you. See now to show some all the names related to your name which you have given. You click in which name your other paper is moved. You click both at one, then click request to merge others. You click that's a button will be there. Request to merge others. You click that one. So there the Scopus people will check this. If that particular paper belongs to you, then they will merge these both the papers in your name. So this is the other way where which you can add the missing Scopus index papers under your name. Now, how to find this H index in Web of Science? So you know that Web of Science is not free. Only the registered institutions can access this Web of Science. So if you're not if you're not having any access for Web of Science, then you can use Publons. There's an option called Publons. Now the Publons has joined with Web of Science. Okay. So you can use publons.com/account.login. You can create a new login for you. After creating a login, you sign in with Publons. So this is a screen where you can sign in. After giving your login name, password, you click the sign in. Now we'll get a screen like this. In that first icon, you can see track my citations. You click that track my citations. Now it shows your paper published, title of your paper, in which year it is published, as well as the number of citations per particular paper. So this is the way you can check your citations on Web of Science. So after that, when you click this, you can click this track of citations here. You can see the number of publications which are indexed in Web of Science, how many times it is cited, what is the H index value. Okay. So this we can view using the summary option in the previous window. Suppose in the same way, if you find any of your publications which is indexed in Web of Science, it's not added in your name. In that case, you can use these 4 options. That is, on the dashboard, you can see an option called import publications. Once again, you can see an option import publications here. Once again, because I can't find this, but in the screen there will be an option called import publications. You click that one. That is, on your dashboard, it will be publication history page. You click this import publications. You can see these 4 options: import from Web of Science, import from Archive, search and import by DOE or title, or import by file upload. By using these 4 options, you can add your missing Web of Science index journals to your name. So now we can see what's a Google Scholar. So first you sign in your Google Scholar. If you are not having a Google Scholar profile, you can create a new one. I'll show you how to do this. See, you go for Google Scholar screen, there will be an option called sign in. You register as a new author. If you are not having a Google Scholar profile, you can register a new author. You can add all your publication under this Google Scholar profile. Now we can see how to add your publications in your Google Scholar profile. Now, after logging in to your Google Scholar profile, there will be an option called My Profile at the top of the left-hand side corner. I'll show you. So this is my login Google Scholar page. After logging in, I'll get this page. So below my picture, there's a word called title. Near the title, there's a plus symbol. Okay. So if I click this title, plus symbol near the title, I'll get these 3 options, A, B, C. The first option is add article groups. The second one is add articles. The third one is add article manually. So when I click this add article groups, so see here, there's a word called title. Near that, there's a plus symbol. If I click this plus symbol, I'll give three options. The first one is add article groups. If I click this add article group, I can see a window like this. So on the top, you can see add article group. So it shows the publications as a group. So A.V. Sindhil Kumar, A.V. Sindhil Kumar, A.V. Sindhil Kumar. Below that, it will show some group of publications. If you find that publications is yours, you click the button near that name, the small button, white button. You go on checking all the pages. If you find any of the group belongs to you, you check the button. After everything is checked, you can see a blue color button at the top of the window, right side corner. You click that one. Now all the papers which are selected here will be added to your Google Scholar profile. This is one way. This is your adding your publications to your Google Scholar profile as a group. The next one is, if you select the second option, you're adding one by one paper. So if you click this second option, add articles, you can see a window like this. It shows individual papers, your publication. If you find any of your publications is yours, belongs to you, you click the button near the particular paper, you go through all the pages, you click all the papers which belongs to you, finally click the blue box on the top right side corner of the box. Now all the papers which you have selected will be added to your Google Scholar profile. The third option is you are adding manually. So whenever you publish new papers, you can add using this manually. So you can have journal, conference papers, chapters, books, thesis, all these things will be there. Suppose you are publishing a paper, you have published a paper in a journal, you click this journal option, you type the title, author name, publication date, journal name, volume, issue, pages, publisher. After typing this, you click the blue color button. Now this particular publication details will be added to your Google Scholar profile. So these are the three ways where you can add all your publications to your Google Scholar profile page. Apart from this, now I want to show my publications to others. So what are the websites where I can put my details of publications in the website? So I can use LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, websites that you contribute to, your institution's repository. You can use Research-3. In the Research-3, you can add all your publication details. SlideShare is there. Script, SiteFactor, your own website, your institution's website, Facebook groups, Quora, there's a website called Quora. So these are all some websites which are free, where you can put your publication details so that if any of the Google, any topic, your work can be listed in the search. The next one is cloned journals. You should know about this cloned journals. What's a cloned journal actually? So this cloned journal is nothing. It uses the original journal's ISSN number, title, logo, etc., which will be cloned as the same journal. So most of them will be were not able to identify which is the original journal or a cloned journal. So without knowing, we'll send the paper to a cloned journal. Our work will be wasted as well as our money will be wasted. So how to identify or know a clone journal and to how to avoid this type of wastage of your money as well as your work. So the clone journals will look like the original website and it will share the link to the Scopus coverage, which is pretty easy. So when you see a clone website, it shows the original website. And it will also show a Scopus icon or a Web of Science icon. When you click this icon, it goes to the original Scopus index or Web of Science index journal's website. Okay. But the main page will be a clone journal. When you click the Scopus icon, it shows the original Scopus index journal. So we will be cheated there. We don't know what is the original journal of the clone journal. When it shows that Scopus page, we will think that this particular clone journal is a Scopus index journal. Okay. So on this website, you will not find any contact details. So when you click this contact details in clone journal, they'll show only some boxes. No address will be there. And even the names of the editors are also fake. They will give some fake names. The editor name or the co-editor name or some other editor's name will be wrong. So be caution on this type of cloned version of journals. Now we can see some examples for these clone journals. So we can have a UGC CAR list. We know that. You go to the UGC CAR, there will be an option called list of clone journals for group 1 as well as group 2. When you click this group 1, you can see a list of journals. The left side will be the original journal and the right side will be a clone journal. So it is marked in yellow color. So this is an example for this clone journal. So the left side journal is this Global Ranks and Research Journal. This is the original journal. The right side is the clone journal. See, in the clone journal, they're using in the UGC CAR logo and all. So by seeing this, we'll be easily cheated. See, they will use the same name. Here they're using DRS. They expanded, they have reduced this expansion. They're using the same English and Assami language, but the original publisher is here. But in this, they have not given. They're using the same ISSN number, but in the original journal, it is URL is not there since it is a printed copy, not applicable. But the clone journal is using a link. It is an online journal. So see how they are cheating. Okay. So also in the group 2, also they have given a list of journals, clone journals in UGC website. So see here, when you click this group 2, you can see a list of journals. Left side will be the original UGC Catalyst journals, but the right side will be clone journals. See, for example, there's a journal called Adalia. So this is the original index journal. So the name is Adalia. They are using Turkish, German, English. The publisher is in Taiwan, I think so. So this ISSN number is there. So when you go for the clone journal, see this is the clone journal. They have added a word called journal, Adalia journal. The language is only English. The publisher is not applicable, see that. But they are using the same ISSN number. See, here you can see an icon, Web of Science group. So this is to cheat you. When you click this, it goes to the original Adalia journal's website. Now, how to check an ISSN number? So this is one way where you can judge that particular number is a cloned one or not. So suppose a original journal's ISSN number, they will give the original address. So when you check with this, you can see that whether the particular journal is a cloned one or not. So go to this Google, you type ISSN number check, you'll get a screen like this. In the title, you type the journal name. So I have typed Adalia there. When I type the Adalia and click the search button, it gives the address. See the Turkey, country is Turkey, status is confirmed. Now this Adalia is original index journal. Suppose when you click the cloned Adalia journal, it will only give this country name and all. So this is one way to check whether the particular journal is a clone journal or not. So this is another example for clone journal. The left one is design engineering. The right one is design engineering Toronto. This design engineering Toronto is the original one. The design engineering is the cloned one. See, this is, you can check design engineering Toronto in Scopus. So when you consider any original index journal, Scopus index journal, Web of Science, they will publish only limited number of journals in each and every issue. But when it is cloned one, you can see more than 1,000 publication papers will be in each and every issue. This is one way, another way to check. So in some cases, suppose a journal was indexed in Scopus till 2022. Now in 2023, it was removed from Scopus, but they will use the logo in their website. Okay, this is another way to cheat you. So before sending any paper to Scopus Index or Web of Science, check all these options and send your paper. You can also chat with the Web of Science people as well as Scopus people. You can identify or check or confirm that the particular journal is indexed in Scopus or Web of Science. Then you can send your paper to the particular journal. So this is an example of a Scopus Index journal, that is Nature Nanotechnology. So if the paper is indexed in Scopus till date, it shows Scopus coverage years from 2006 to present. It means that till now, till date, the particular journal is Scopus Index. If instead of present, there is some number 2022, it means that from 2006 to 2022, it was indexed in Scopus. Now it is not in Scopus. So this shows any Scopus Index journals publishes or indexes publishes only minimum number of papers each and every year. See, in 2021, it has published only 177 papers in this journal. So I want to see whether the particular journal is indexing Scopus. In that case, you can go to the Scopus website. There will be an option called About Scopus. You can see second option, Content Coverage. You click that one. Now you get a screen like this. There are two boxes, download the source title list as well as download the book title list. If you click the first one, it opens an Excel file where all the list of journal names which are indexed in Scopus will be there. And also the removed Scopus index removed listed will also be there. By seeing this, you can identify whether the particular journal is indexed in Scopus. Then you can send your paper to the particular journal. So recently I got an email like this. They asked me to organize or have a special issue in Journal of Design Engineering Toronto. Now, within 20 days, it will be published as well as the cost of this public paper is $400. I was very happy. Then I see the link below, the journal website link as well as Scopus ID link. When I click this journal website, it went to the Glown journal website. When I click this Scopus ID link, it went to the Design Engineering Toronto website. So this is how they are cheating. Now, this is an example of a Web of Science clone journal. So this IJDRBC is the original journal. Sorry, Nadia Bub is the original journal. I'll show you. The IJDRBC, yeah, the left side is the cloned one. This Nadia is the original one. But in the cloned Web of Science journal, they are using this icons, Web of Science icon and all. But the original one is not there. So maximum the clone journals will use these type of icons to attract the authors. So if you want to check whether a particular journal is indexed in Web of Science or not, you go to the Web of Science journal. There will be an option called refine your search results. You type the particular journal name and click the search box. If the particular journal which you have typed is indexed in Web of Science, then it shows below this box. Below this box, it shows this. For example, 2D materials, it is indexed in Web of Science. Otherwise, it will not show this name. So I think since the time is less, I'm just ending my session. So a request to you all, if you don't have any CV with you, please prepare it now. Because you will be doing some research work or you'll be publishing anything. Your work should not be wasted. Whenever you do something, you update your resume so that maximum all your works or efforts will not be wasted. So questions from your side, please. If you have any questions or any doubts, you can ask me, please.
Yes, Dr. Senthil, you have given very, very clear picture about the cloned and original journals. I just request, can you bring your video closer because we can't see your face properly. And then I will ask you questions. Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I'm sitting in my room, ma'am. I'm using a mobile also, so that's the reason. Tell me, ma'am. You can ask me. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Bhakti Pawar is asking that how to choose right conferences as far as publication of paper apart from networking, as few conferences give the opportunities to publish your paper in Scopus ABDC journals.
So you should not depend upon the conference names or something like that. There are some standard conferences because when any university organizes any conferences, sure they will maintain the word. So suppose any universities are organizing any conferences, you can join the conferences. Apart from that, any private persons are organizing any conferences, they will be given the publication's name. We will publish this paper in a particular journal. So you should search that particular journal, whether it is indexed in Scopus or not. Then you can send your paper to the particular conference. So the main thing is, if any universities organizes any conferences, you can send your work. Otherwise, they will be given this type of work. Works will be published in a particular journal in their website. You search whether that particular journal is indexed in Scopus, then you can send your paper to the particular conferences. This is the option.
And how many journals, Dr. Senthil, one should publish in a year? And how many conferences one should attend in a year?
Ma'am, it depends upon your university or the place you're working. My publication, I have more than 300 totally now. So it
So
is
in
my
one
wish.
year, how many you publish your work?
My maximum, I have some collaborators. I'm not publishing myself individual. See, most of my papers will have some co-authors, from 2 to 3 or 4 from different countries. Even though edited books, I have some co-authors. The thing is, if you publish with any co-authors, they will publish, use your work in their publication. So it will increase your counts as well as citations will be increased.
Okay.
This is the best way.
Yeah, Dr. Nisha is asking, thank you for your informative session. What is your opinion about publishing articles in non-indexed journals with DOI?
Ma'am, it is just a count. That's all. So
It is
only it is a count. Just I can say I have published some 300 papers. How many papers are indexed in Scopus, for example? Only 95 papers are indexed in Scopus. So this remaining 205 is just for my count. That's all. DOI is an identification for a journal. That's all. But nowadays they are asking only Scopus index journals or ABCD index journals or Web of Science. So this will be helpful for either NAC or some other purposes for the college or university. Simply DOI is just for identification for your publication. That's all.
Bhakti, I'm not getting your question. Maksud, can you give rights to Dr. Bhakti so that he can clarify his question? Dr. Bhakti, we are giving you the rights so that you can come on the screen and open your audio and ask your question. In the meanwhile, I will just ask from, there is one question from Dr. Ms. Libby Das. Thank you for informative session. Could you please suggest a few journals which are best for publishing papers from literature?
Ma'am, whether it should be a Scopus index or Web of Science. Ma'am, I have given an option. No, if you want to search for a particular journal, you can go for Scopus website. I'll show you. I showed a page. No, you can go for this Scopus webpage, content coverage. Okay, if you click the content coverage, it shows an Excel file where it shows all the journals which are indexed in Scopus currently and what are the journals which are removed from Scopus today. So you can search the journal list of journals. Then you can select a particular journal. You can send the paper. Maximum try to send your paper to the journal which is Scopus index current year, so that each and suppose for example a journal which is indexed in Scopus has been removed in 1 year itself. Sometimes it is happening. So try to send your paper to a journal which are indexed in Scopus in a current year. This will be useful for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Professor Abdul
See, ma'am, once again, you see this screen. You can see a screen here. It shows all the list of journals which are indexed in Scopus. You can click this download the source title list. If you click that one, it gives an Excel file which shows all the this is one option. Hello, are you clear?
So your voice was not there. Kindly repeat.
Ma'am, if you want to check, are you audible now?
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, you can see when you go to Scopus Index, Scopus Journal website, you can see an option like this, download the source title list. So when you click that particular box, it will download an Excel file which shows the journals which are indexed in Scopus till date, which are removed from this particular date. Okay, all these details will be there. You can check a journal which is indexed in the current year. You send the paper to the particular journal, because most of the journals which are indexed in Scopus are removed within 1 year itself. It is happening now. Okay, so try to check for a journal which is indexed currently this year and send a paper to the particular journal.
Okay. Professor Abdul Ghani is asking that all that you have discussed mostly holds good for publications available online. What about publications not available online like those in the languages?
So the thing is, no, only if you have more number of videos for your work, then you will get more number of citations. So you should make your work should be read by others. So the work should be kept in your library, for example. If it's a hard copy, it should be kept in a library, for example, or a free copy should be sent to any colleges. It should be kept in library. You should make others to read your work. Then only your work will get more number of citations. This is the one way for this hard copy. So maximum citations are got for only for the online journals because it is read by more number of people.
Correct. Dr. Neha Singh is asking, can you guide us finding appropriate journals? I think you have shown this. Mhm. If
Same, this is a way. You can go for a particular Web of Science or Scopus in the Scopus site. You can search for the particular journal, list of journals, you can send to the particular journal. The option is there. They are giving the list of journals, either which are indexed in Web of Science or Scopus in their own websites.
Professor Abdul Ghani has asked very relevant question that what about the impact factor or H index of books or books chapter?
The same book chapter, no. Ma'am, so if when you consider book chapter, if it is indexed in Scopus, okay, I have some book chapters. So same as journal, the book chapters and books are indexed in Scopus or Web of Science. So when it is indexed in the Scopus or Web of Science, sure, you'll get some citations or H index value. Is it clear? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? No,
Yes.
I asked them, I have answered whether they can, if you're
Sir,
there.
I could not listen your answer. Can you repeat once? Because this is a very important question. Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you give the question one, please? Ma'am, your question once, please. Can you
No, the
listen?
same question that what about the impact factor or H index of books and books chapter?
The same thing, ma'am. Same as journal, the chapters and books are indexed in Scopus or Web of Science.
Okay.
So when the journal is indexed or chapter is indexed in Scopus or Web of Science, sure we'll have site factor and impact factor. That's all. It is same, the process is same as a journal. I have some chapters. These chapters are indexed in Scopus. So when it is indexed in Scopus, I'll get some citations as well as my impact factor will be increasing. That's all.
Okay. Dr. Nisha, I think I have taken all the questions. Any question is left?
No, ma'am, I think everything has been covered.
Covered. Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Senthil, for your excellent overview on this particular sub-theme. You have very clearly mentioned why is citation impact important and how to increase your citations, the topic indices, ISSN numbers, DOI, which is digital object identifier, journal impact factors, then SMIGO journal rank, Google Scholar matrices, how to find your H index, beware of cloned journals. So you have given a very holistic picture of picture on the sub-theme, which is so important that how we can avoid unethical practices for quality research and publications. We are thankful to you for sparing your highly valuable time to be with us on this platform. Thank you so much, Dr. Senthil.
Thanks for all. If you have any doubts, you can send me to my email ID. Just if possible, I will clarify your doubts. Thanks a lot for giving this great opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Can you unshare your slides, sir?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. So now we have our next speaker with us, Dr. Monica Arora. She's an excellent professor of Amity Business School, Amity University, Haryana. And thank you, Dr. Monica, for accepting our invite. We are so happy to have you here on this platform. And we know that you have very good knowledge as far as this particular sub-theme is concerned, unavoidable ethical practices for quality research and publication. So you can give an overview and holistic picture about this particular theme. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Monica.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, I am audible.
Dr. Nisha, can you just read Dr. Monica's brief profile, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to introduce Dr. Monica Arora, who is working as a professor at Amity Business School, Amity University, Haryana. She has more than 24 years of experience in teaching and industry in the area of information technology and operations. As a resource person, she has delivered MDPs on data visualization, analytics and business modeling, project risk management, and has also conducted various training programs for students at colleges and universities. She has worked on consulting assignment for a university and Royal Government of Bhutan and has developed and implemented various in-house projects and templates for APG School of Management. Dr. Monica Arora's area of interest include data mining, e-commerce, data retrieval, and analytics, and has played a role as reviewer in International Journal of Indian Culture and Business Management. She was also co-chair and chair of various conferences in Delhi region. In addition, she has also published a book on efficient and intelligent data retrieval in semantic web. I would now like to warmly welcome Dr. Monica Arora and invite her to kindly start her session.
Dr. Monica is a
Yeah.
beautiful soul. I have interacted with her. She's an absolutely beautiful soul, and I'm learning so much from her. She is very, very patient in all respects, and she is an excellent professor in our university. Very warm welcome to you, Dr.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sanjana, for giving me the opportunity to interact with a young researcher and like faculty members so that I can share some of my experiences with them. So I have made a very broader presentation, which includes everything, including the ethical practices which can be followed for doing the research and for maintaining for the research. So I wanted to be more interactive because as we have the sessions since morning, and I think Sir has explained beautifully about what all to be taken care of and how to go about it. So if I simply ask you a question and take out the answers based on that, how you define a good research, right?
Yes.
Yes. So I want some of the like
Participants, kindly
can
be
we-
active. This is an interactive session, so you have to answer. So please, you have to be on your toes because Dr. Monica is not going to leave anyone. Kindly ask your questions on the chat box. Kindly give your answers on the chat box. Please write it on the chat box. What is research? Dr. Monica,
Or
your
what is a good research? Good
what is
research.
a good research? Yes. Dr. Ravideep is writing that something that solves
something
real
that solves
problem
a real
and is
problem and is
comprehensive.
comprehensive. Okay.
Absolutely correct, Dr. Ravideep. Thank you for your answer. Other participants, kindly write what is a good research according to you and what you have learned throughout these 4 days. What is good research? Dr. Bhakti, Dr. Sheetal, Dr. Neelam, Dr. Abdul. Yes, Dr. Jaspal is writing, finding done for better of society.
Done for
And Jeepney is writing that
better
is
of
relevant for
society.
problems and have applications. Dr. Kavita is writing good researches when the topic is good with problem solving. Dr. Bhakti, problem solving original. Dr. Avneet Kaur, good research is based on intellectual exercise to explore something new and innovative in respective fields. Excellent, dear participants, for your response. I think they have learned so much from this activity.
Yeah, that's great.
Great to see the answers.
Yeah, yeah. So like say when you talk to me, because I have written my first paper in somewhere around 2004, which I have presented in Australia, one of the conference in Queensland, Australia. And if you ask me honestly, that was not written by me. So it was written by our educational partner who has written and who has shared that idea with me because they are having a third party education with one of the institute in India and and we are that part of the institute. So they want that to be it is based on the education implementing the third party education where we are as one of the partner institution for them. So they want that to be projected, and it is in very simple words. So when I just go to that particular paper, it is 15-20 pages, and written very clearly about each and everything what all we do with respect to students, with respect to course curriculum, how it is going to be delivered, how it is going to be implemented, everything. So it is a beautifully written, and I have presented that paper. Right. So that is how my research journey has started. And when I want to select a topic, so same way, either selecting a topic for a PhD or selecting a topic for a research paper, what are the things that are important? If I ask you to write on the chat box, what are the things you feel that is important when you are starting a fresh research paper? Area of interest, Bhakti, very nice.
Subdomain.
Yes. Yes. Content, okay.
Other responses also
Area
welcome.
of interest,
Structure of paper, absolutely correct.
yes.
Dr. Monica, can you repeat your question once more?
Yeah, sure. So if you are writing a research paper, what should be your area or domain?
What should be the area or
Or
domain?
domain, yes.
Research area, research design. Domain in the sense, Dr. Monica?
Just like it can be finance, HR, or something.
Because like whatever your background is, you would
You
like to
can-
write a paper in that particular
in
domain.
that
only.
particular, yes, but there can be the interdisciplinary also.
Yes.
Like over the years, if you can see that, because I have started, because I think most of them have started with some area, and then they have diversified their area based on the interest which has developed over the time.
So
Yes.
participants are writing. I have written management, training, teachers development. Dr. Ravideep is writing what you are passionate about, your expertise, and what you are surrounded by. So everybody is writing their remarks, subject matters, specialization area of interest, research areas, research design. Great.
Great. So this is how the subject which or the topic which you have chosen for your research has to be you have to be passionate about that. Like this is how you can write by your own heart, right? So this is very important. So if you think that a particular topic, and if it comes in your dream, right? Say whenever you are doing something, or when you are maybe you are a little relaxed in your this thing, and you think about that topic in too depth, it means that you are involved into that particular topic. So once you are into that frame, it means that you are nobody stops you in writing, and now you are ready to write something, and the thoughts which comes on automatically. Like say it can be when you are ready to sleep, and when you give 5 minutes to yourself, you get certain thoughts, which is something where you are where you are writing something on the paper. So writing something on the research paper. So what I actually want is like when you are too much of passionate about something, it should automatically come. So when I say, like say when I have started writing, and when I find that the things which are coming when I usually prepare the meals, right? So when I am in the kitchen, I got certain thoughts which comes in, like if these are the factors, I can involve, I can do some methodology, or I can apply, or I can look for this factor also, or I can incorporate, or there is a link between this and this factor. So why should not? So whenever you are in the something passionate about things, and the things are automatically generate in yourself, and that is something where where you can note down those things, which the ideas which are coming to you. So this is my, because the young researchers, which there are certain n number of contents, because that's what I told to my scholars also. Whenever you get certain ideas, just note it down and try to implement that. And definitely that has some or the other sense to implement it, and you will be getting the results out of it. And the second thing is read, read, and read. Reading is something which is very, very important in the research. If you are done with 10 papers, go for next 10 papers, go for next 5 papers, and try to cover the different aspects of your study. So like say, if I had started something on the data retrieval, or if I had started something on HR practices, what about the sustainable HR practices? What about green HR practices? What about it? Similarly, in case of marketing, you can look for the digital marketing, you can look for the social media marketing, you can involve with consumer behavior in the social media marketing brand, right? So it totally depends upon your area. But the aspects is, like say, if you are reading something on the HR, like say HR best practices, and if you're creating the notes, if one of the paper got the best practices as sustainability, then go for the sustainability HR practices for the in-depth study of it, and try to relate the HR practices with the sustainable environment. Right? So in this way, try to develop. So I think the topics which are going to be covered, like say, it has to be passionate, we have to be content to be there, content, how the content is going to be developed is totally based upon it is totally based upon your learning or your reading. There is no shortcut, because some of the latest scholars that come to me, ma'am, is there any shortcut for that? There is no shortcut. The reading a research paper is something which take you to one end to the another end, right? And reading, like there is no shortcut for reading. Like say, I can only recommend you, if how to find out that paper is actually interest to you. So what you can do is, you can read the abstract, read the conclusion, and try to find out, is it something which is relevant to your study, and then read the full paper. But like in my times, what we does is, I used to take the printout of the paper and try to write the keywords which are related to that particular paper. This time, the students are more of the technical, or they are more into the device handy or electronic device handy. So they try to use in the phone or in the laptop or in the tablet. That is more convenient to them. So no issues, you can always prepare a notes for yours. So you can be systematic in writing the whatever you have learned, right? So if you had spent say 15-20 minutes for, or say if you had spent 2 hours for that particular paper, so that should not go waste. So what you can do is, so it should not be reusing the same thing which you have already studied, because normally what happens, you have got an idea that I have read this in say first or the second paper, but I don't remember the name, right? It's very difficult to search the same paper again, right? So what you can do, you can prepare a folder and a subfolder and try to make a Excel sheet, and the Excel sheet should have all the details. What are the parameters which are discussed? What is the research design that is discussed? What are the number of respondents which are there? What are the conclusion? What is a gap which is there? What are the future of that particular research which is there? And finally, when you have prepared for that particular, for the first paper, and similarly that can be done for all the papers which you have studied. So if you are done with like say, and automatically when you are doing this exercise, you find that over the time you get interest into reading the paper. So First paper, maybe if you read it thoroughly, it will take 1 day or something. But consequently, with the second paper, third paper, you identified very quickly. Like say, go to the research methodology design, how many respondents, what is the methodology which is used, what are the factors which is defined. It will be eye-catchy to those particular keywords which you are looking for, right? So this is what my request to all the researchers and the faculty to do, and and there is no shortcut for it. So you have to learn it. You have to go into in depth. Then only you get the different ideas into your dreams. Then I think what makes a good research is, yes, purpose defined thoroughly. I think Abdul has written some of the points for me, and I think that is very, very important for all of us. Purpose to be defined, purpose clearly defined, research process detailed, consistency in research focus, research design thoroughly planned, limitation frankly revealed, high ethical standard applied, finding logically analyzed, finding represented ambiguously, research experience reflected, conclusion based on research and not own thoughts. So I think he has given most of the things. Now, like say, if you are done with your research paper, so what normally we give it to, like say, if I have a scholar, and if I ask the scholar to download, like say, if she said that I am interested in sustainable HRM, so what is my first step? I said that you have to download certain research papers in sustainable plus HRM. So you can write in the Google sustainable HRM in the scholar.google.com, try to download the papers. You start with five or 10, and then try to create an Excel sheet, because this Excel sheet is not a one-time, it is a one-time job, but it is going to be with you forever. So if you have used, say, 15, 20 articles with your first paper, the rest 15, 20 articles which you have not used in the first paper, that are available with you for the second and the third paper, right? So you can have a subsequent, or you can have a sequence of research paper with the first. Once you are finished, then you can start with the second, taking some of the factors which are common, taking some of the techniques which are common, and then your research journey will be on and on. So that is my request. Because if you have not done with that, if you have done certain shortcuts, then you are in the difficulty where if you want to write something, because that has become one of the mandatory things for our for the faculties to be doing the research in parallel with the teaching to the students. So this is the first thing. Secondly, when you are searching for the research paper or writing something for the research, so the first thing is the purpose. I think he has also already defined as the purpose to be clearly defined. After writing a research paper, the purpose is clearly defined at the, because in starting we cannot have an idea. I cannot have an idea how my research is, the purpose is clearly defined or not. But over the time, when I got many researchers to be studied, and like maybe in the first research paper, you are not able to define it clearly, but maybe in the subsequent research papers, you got an idea how to write a research in the same way. So like when you are into the 10, 15 papers you have downloaded, take one paper as your base paper, right? Some of the papers which you find that it talks about the factors, it talks about this, but they are not very much interest to you or in reading that paper. So if you find out some paper where you get an idea about the overall paper is very systematic, It has a design, it has a research design, it has a methodology clearly defined, it has everything into it, and this kind of paper I can write. So try to use that as a base paper. So when you take it as a base paper, it means that your 50% work is done. How? Like you get an idea about the broader headings, right? Okay. So formulate the research problem development. Okay. Yeah. So that is one of the, that is what the criteria is for the research paper. So when so what I normally does is I go for the different papers for the different papers and try to take as a base paper. If that base paper, because of the technical background, because of the engineering, because I am a computer faculty, so I got an interest in the paper which has a survey, right? So if has a survey or a data set, and that data set is being used for the research. So if I get that particular data, because one of the paper which I have written in the sustainability, my first paper, which is having a DEA which is applied to it. So what I have started is I have searched for the DEA paper, and then I get one paper which has a sustainability index, which is downloaded from one of the website, which is freely downloaded for all the countries. And that has applied in that paper. So I have taken that as a base paper. That was for the year, like say, the old year, 5 years data, which is there. So 2012 to 15, which is there. But the current is suppose 2021. So I have taken the latest 5 years, 10 years data and apply the same. Like follow exactly the same steps. The thing which I have to learn is how to apply the DEA, how to you do the calculation in Excel or in any other software if you are using. So that is only the thing which I have to learn. Otherwise, the details about the things which are there as a broader heading. So if I say that if my research is starting with the sustainability, so I can have a sustainability, I can have a sustainability index, I can have a sustainability in India, the approach of system, or how the government is approaching that in India, and so on and so forth. Right. So this is how you can start with. So if I want a title to be defined for your research paper, so what will be your approach? So what will be your title for your next research paper or the research paper which you are writing? Can you write on the chat box? What will be your title of your paper? Maybe you have already written, or maybe it is new and you have to write it. Or the best title which I have ever seen or I have ever experienced. Best paper title. Dr. Sanjana and Dr. Ravideep, right? So yeah, so normally what I does is when I got some idea like what should be the research for, like I have taken the example of the HR sustainability in HR or sustainable HR. So what you can do is you can just like I think Sir has also explained, you can Google it, right? So you get the different set of keywords or the set of titles which are related to the sustainable HRM. So it may be the sustainable HRM, the issues, impact, and challenges. It may be sustainable HRM in something, right? So there can be the list of titles which you get from the Google, which are already there. So based on that, you can create your own title. And while creating the title, it has to be what Libby says, that it has to be short, it has to be concise. It is giving a message on the paper strongly. How it is going to be do is, if you have already searched for 4 or 5 titles by the words here and there, by the tweeting the words, right, and try to find out or try to refine your title. And the title can be changed. Like, say, when it normally happens that when you are writing a paper, when you are writing the paper at in between or at the end, you find that it has to be, because the methodology or the things that you have used, you want to change the title. So it is perfectly fine. If you want to change the title after the completion of the paper, that can be changed. But the raw title has to be defined at a very first end, where you, so that you can get a focus of your research. So once you, how you are getting a focus on the research, like, say, if I read out this title, that is significant of effect of technology on the learning. So when I say that on the learning gain, right? So significant and the effect of technology. So if you say the adoption of technology in the learning management, or say in the learning institutions, or maybe something, right? So once you use this keyword, use this keywords and try to find out, and try to have certain broader keywords like technology and learning, right? So you can have learning technology or technology and learning. Learning and technology, if you go for a search, you will be getting a certain ideas about what all titles can be, and then you can find out with the one set of titles. Then when you are writing, you have to be focused upon which kind of paper you are writing. Either it can be a review paper, or it can be a paper for technical paper, or it can be right. So in that particular case, you have to be, if you're writing a review paper, again, you have to follow the same. You can search for some review paper, maybe 10 and 12, and try to find out how they are, now how they are listing their references. What are the number of references in the review paper for the category A and B? I have seen that there are more than 40, 45, or more than 80 references. So this is how the review paper is taking the references into it when you are writing a review paper, and that you are targeting a good category or good impact journal. So choose an appropriate journal, then try to identify, try to find out like, say, when you are reading a research paper, you can always identify, or you can always find out which journal is it. Then you can start working on that particular journal and try to have some sample. Like Inder Science, I have written my 2-3 articles in the Inder Science research papers in the Inder Science, and I find that there are some sample papers which you can download. These sample research paper will actually helps you in the broader headings. When we talk about what should be of base paper. So base paper, again, that sample paper can work for you as a base paper. And sample paper, because they are very much strict about that proper heading should be there. If there are certain highlights that has to be mentioned, then what should be in the first para, what should be in the second para, and then there should be a structure for the paper, where you can define that the section 2 is defining this, section 3 is defining the methodology, section 3 is defining the analysis, and section 4 is the references. So they are very thorough with, and what should come into that particular, they are again very much thorough with the headings and the subheadings. I think Abdul has also written as exploring the mediating role of job satisfaction in relationship between the employee engagement and intention, evaluating the impact of green HR practices on operational performance in hospital industry. Right. So if I get this appropriate title for my paper, then what next? So what I should do next is, I think yesterday I am just going through the details about the Rishi sir, how he has explained that I write literature review first. So how you can start with the literature review with this title, like say if I say, I take a second title like evaluating the impact of green HR practices on operational performance of hospitality industry, right? So when you are defining with the title, you have to be very clear about what should come into introduction, what should come into literature review, what methodology you are finding, then finally the result and the conclusion. So these are the broader section. I think these, you are aware of this broader section. First is introduction. First is absolutely the abstract. Then you have the introduction. Then you have literature review, methodology, if any. Then results and analysis, and conclusion, and finally the references. Right. So these are the broader 5-6 headings where you have to incorporate in your paper. So the first thing is, if it is going to be the literature review paper, then you can use the meta-analysis, you can use the structured, because these are the techniques which has developed in the later stage, where you can define the literature, the structured literature review by using the visual tool, by the meta-analysis you can define by reading out the research paper, and then it can be a review paper, review research paper. But if you are using a certain analytical paper or a conceptual paper, the detailed paper or technical paper, then in that case, you have to define you have to define a methodology. You have to go for a proper analysis. Then you have certain factors you have to identify, whether you are ending up with the SEM model or something, or there should be a proper this thing which has to be there. So what is your literature review part? What should come in the literature review? Literature review is the literature which you are incorporating. Like say, when you say that evaluating the impact of green HR practices in operational performance of hospitality industry. So the literature review can be, it can be the HR practices in the performance, in maybe the operational performance, or it can be the green HR practices in hospitality industry. It can be green HR practices in any other industry, right? So this all can be my part of literature review, where I will be getting a literature. Either it can be a directly literature for the green HR practices, where it talks about any one of this. Either it can be talking about the green HR practices, it is talking about the hospitality, it is talking about the operational performance, it is talking about the any other performance in the hospitality industry, right? So these are the three keywords which you can look forward and try to write your literature review. So literature review is, again, it talks about the hospitality industry with the different aspects, in the sustainable aspects, in the green HR aspects, in other aspects, and then you can start with thoroughly with the things. So I think Abdul is helping me out with the
Yes, Abdul is very active participants, and he always give
okay.
answers, and he has sent one
Picture also.
picture also,
Yeah.
conducting a literature review.
Conducting a literature review. So thank you, Abdul, for that. So yeah, so you can first create the research outline. You can have a broader heading that what we have discussed. Then you can research and collect the literature, read synthetically, analyze before start writing, paraphrasing as you go, draw connections, and the improve and update. So right, so there is, as what we had said earlier, that there is no shortcut. So once you have studied all the details about the thing, now then you are able to do and able to try to link to the operation performance with hospitality industry, maybe the performances, maybe the excellence in hospitality industry, what are the parameters, maybe the technology also comes into it. Green HR is the green practices or the green, maybe you can incorporate technology also, sustainability also into it. So this is how you, when you are reading the paper, you will be getting. So what you can do, you can follow a proper flow of it. Now, when you are talking about the hospitality industry, just relate 4 or 5 papers related to hospitality industry. Create a table for that where you can give the reference name, the detail about the research and the broader topic of the title of the keywords that are being discussed, and then follow the process. Right. So when you are discussing about, so when you are writing 3 or 4 para about a hospitality industry, maybe the operational performance in hospitality industry, if you had written 4 or 5 paragraph, then take it further, create a table with 4 or 5 columns where you are discussing about the operation in hospitality industry, operation in any other industry, and then you are identifying the factors what are being discussed in that particular paper. So that will be helping you out in writing the literature review with a proper citation. Right? Normally, it happens that because when you are in hurry, you write a citation, you search for a keyword and write a citation. To avoid that, what you can do is do the proper tabling, create a proper table, and put the certain keywords. Maybe when you are talking about the operational performance in hospitality industry, identifies the certain keywords, which are certain factors which are being used. Same way in the another paper, there are some other factors which has been used. Third paper, another factors, maybe some are common, some are different. And that becomes your strength, that will strengthen your literature review. And it is the actual literature review which the good impact factor journals are looking forward, right? And similarly, when you are going for green HR practices in hospitality industry, then again, you follow the same. You have 4 or 5 researchers, draw a table, it will be, right? So that is how your word count and okay, table pattern, yes, I can do. I can search for it, and I can share one table pattern with you. So this is how you can put forward your paper, and once you are going for the literature review, the way when you have discussed about the operation experience, operation performance in hospitality industry, green HR practices in hospitality industry, try to link both of them. Because here you are talking about the evaluating the impact, right? So evaluating is again still left in your literature review. So once you have the operational performance in the hospitality industry, green HR practices in hospitality industry, try to define or try to have a link which is common. There are certain tools which can help you out. I will be discussing about the very raw tool that is not to be quoted, but there is a tool called Voyant tool, which is there, which can take a number of papers where now you can either use the text, or you can give the link, or you can upload the paper and try to identify, try to find out how this keywords can be linked with each other. If you have say 10, 15 papers, or say 4, 5 papers with you, or you have already written some literature review with you, you have already drawn a table for you, and you want to have certain connections, and you are not able to identify the connection, you are not able to visualize the connection. So just put it in the Voyant tool and you get certain connections with these parameters. That's what is defined in the table as well, right? So connect the dots, or you can have some connections between the hospitality industry, the performance experience, and the green HR, where the different authors are talking about. So this is about the literature review. Similarly, don't forget to quote in the literature review about the techniques you are going to use. So techniques, if you are using a factor analysis, or if you're using, say, SEM method, or if you're using, so you can always look for some paper where this kind of techniques which has been used and with the same kind of scenario. So if you are saying that the green HR practices, or if you are searching for some kind of literature which is talking about the factor analysis, which is talking about some n number of techniques in your paper, so you can also follow the same. You can say that this particular paper, which has identified or evaluated certain and evaluated the efficiency based on the tool which is applied is XYZ, right? So that can be again in the form of table. So you can again prepare a table. You can have the 5, 6, 10 analysis. You can prepare a table for that, and then you can define that this is the literature which is talking about the techniques, and out of this 10, I have decided to use the XYZ technique, right? Maybe, and when you are writing a research paper, you have to, or especially for the thesis, you have to do the validation. Validity is something where, like say, in some of the session, I have heard that how to validate the number of questions with the number of respondents. So this is something which is the technically which are being defined by the gurus of researchers, which says that the number of questions, if the number of questions are this much, you should have this much of data to be collected, right? So there is some mapping which is there. I don't remember the mapping, but it is there in some of the. So if you search for some research methodology book, you will be getting this kind of information. In the similar way, you can always validate the things which you have done. So if you had validate the factors, how to validate the factors? If I ask you how to validate the factors which you have chosen for the study is right or wrong? Any idea how to validate the factors? How to validate the research methods? Because when you have chosen certain research method for your study, you have to give the validation as well, right? So how you have validated that this is correct or wrong? Otherwise, it will be coming in your when it gone to the review, then you get a reviewer back like how you have validated, how you have selected this is being validated, right? So if I ask you a question, how you can, like, so there are different ways where you can validate the technique, or where you can validate the factors. So if it comes in your mind, or if for a general discussion, how you validate the factors which you have chosen for the study is correct or yeah. So how you validate? Any idea which is coming to your mind? I can check with a similar kind of study, which is yes, very right. So Bhakti has given the answer.
Yes.
If you, yeah. So if you want to check with a similar kind of work, how it is done, expert review opinion. So you can always say that I have interviewed, like say if it is a hospitality industry, if it is a hospitality industry, you can visit to some of the, or you can talk on phone, or you can take the numbers. If somebody in your circle has already worked for the hospitality industry, or you can visit to some of the and you can discuss with them what are the different, so in the general conversation, or you can have a structured interview, unstructured interview. It is totally depending upon you how you can take it a way forward for the expert opinion. So you can always go for the expert opinion in this identifying the factors. And the similar way,
Written expert's opinion, yes.
expert's opinion, yes. Right. So expert opinion is again, like say when you say that waste management has been studied in real estate, so you can always have a certain talk to the go to that particular site, or talk to some main contractor, and then you can discuss about the parameters. You can discuss about what all things that they are following. Is it this or not, right? So then you can have a small paragraph related to the expert opinion. If you have made a certain questionnaire or something, then always keep it at the index. Put it at the index in your research paper, something like that, right? And if you have chosen certain technique, then how to go about it, how to validate that if you have chosen something like say, so there always be a this thing, or you can like say in case of we can do the pilot testing. In case of in case of your research, PhD research, you normally go for the pilot testing. So pilot testing is something which at the very starting stage, when you are creating a questionnaire, you can collect some of the respondents, maybe some 10, 15 respondents, then do the proper testing and try to identify if the pilot test is okay, then you can go for the further this thing. So there may be when you are doing a pilot testing, so that is again considered to be a validation. So how you have validated? You have validated in the same way. You have taken a pilot test, and based on the discussion with the maybe the expert opinion or the people who has already working, having a great experience in that particular area, you can discuss, and then you can take it further. So validation is something which basically authenticate your research, whether it is appropriate or not, and that is a good learning. I think I have just hearing about today's presentation. He's saying that go for the collaborative work. Collaborative work is something which is important. So like say, if you are hiding your research, that cannot serve the purpose of research. Normally, what happened, like if you are writing something, if you are doing something research, we do not disclose, right? But if you are not disclosing it, it is then that research is not going to be used by right. So like say if you have written something on COVID, as over the time that is vanished, right? So you do not get any papers on COVID right now. So if you have not used that particular research, or you are not published that particular research, that is of no use now. So if you have done certain research, share it, discuss it. Discuss with your peers, discuss with your students, right? And try to, so that it can be populated, it can be used by the certain person, and you get the more and more citations. Right, so citations is again going to be very, very important these days, although the ranking as well as when you are appearing for your interviews, right? So they see your citations. Similarly, when you are looking for some book project kind of thing, when you want to edit a book, again the citation is important. Right, if you are a technical committee member of certain, like when the conference they have TPC or something, right? Technical member of the committees, technical committees. So whenever they are giving you the response, or when you are added to that particular conference as an editor or as a technical committee, so your the index or your citations, your H index, which has been having a great count, right? So it is big. So you become more famous if your H index is more. So in that particular case, like say if you having H index 9 and if somebody is having H index 11, you can always compare between the two, how much popular it is. So if it is by the usual way, if you're getting the indexes, that is nothing which is getting back to the researcher, right? So if you discuss among the students, because normally when you take a class, you can always discuss about your paper, about which is related to their course, right? So ask them to do the certain analysis. They will be downloading it. You will be getting certain right. And if they are writing it, they are citing it. Maybe in the future when they want it to use as a research, so your purpose is done, right? Collaborative research is again very, very important. Collaborative research, like say, if I say that if somebody is good in writing part, somebody is good in analysis part, because nobody is perfect. And this time we don't have much of time in doing research because we have too much of administrative work, too much of other works which comes into the priority. But the research is something which you are carrying for your own. So don't stop doing research. And if you are not doing it alone, like say, I usually try to have one research paper individually by me, and the other research paper, if some student or somebody has approached me, ma'am, can we write some papers? So I am always okay with that. Because what I want, like say, if there is some marketing faculty who want to publish a paper with me, so the marketing aspects with IT gives the different flavor. It can be artificial intelligence, it can be digital marketing, social media marketing, that can be, and the audience which you are getting is the marketing plus the IT, right? So the audience is, again, it is not stated to the only one area. If you collaborate, you will be getting different spectrum of the things which have been highlighted. Similarly, if somebody is good in analysis, then you can always collaborate. Like, so one can do the analysis part. The 4 or 5 papers which I have written with my colleagues. So how we distribute the work? We distribute the work like one can write introduction, one can write literature review, and then analysis, we do it together. Then again, the methodology is written by one and conclusion is written by one, right? So first we do analysis, identifying the factors which is done. So literature review, then analysis, and then followed with the other things. Methodology, if you have identified that which technique you have to use, then you can always write the methodology which is applied to that particular research. And it is going to be helpful for everyone, like say, because she has some connections, I have certain connections, and if we had worked together, so the connection also doubles. So if, right, so
But I
this is,
think, Dr. Monica, just one thing, like you have said that we need to collaborate with co-authors and distribute the work in this manner. But sometimes what happens, suppose A person has written introduction and B person has written conclusion and C has like done methodology. So every author should be aware what is happening. At
yes,
the end of the day, what is happening that we just stick to one particular introductory part
no,
or maybe conclusion.
yeah.
So we should be aware what exactly is going on in the paper, fully aware and
Fully aware of
understand what exactly is this.
Yes, so for every writing part, there has to be a meeting, because this time virtual meetings are very usually taken. So if you are not physically available with and you are not able to talk to each other, you can have a virtual meeting. And in your virtual meeting, you have to be very straightforward with what all, because the number of papers, like firstly, we start with the number of downloaded papers, and we had a list of 15-20 papers that has to be studied with all the 3 or maybe the 4 authors which are doing the collaborative work. And slowly and gradually, you can also define the broad headings. It cannot go blindly, but you can define the broad headings for literature review as well as for introduction, and then only you can distribute the work. So the things has to be transparent at all the ends, so that there can be, do not have any confusion, or do not can have anything at the end. And similarly, you can always have a frequent meeting with maybe twice in a week or something, so that so that it can be in the first like say initial stages, and then it can be taken individually. And if it can always happen, like say, if you're doing the analysis part, another author also want to do the analysis part. So you can always like exchange your roles. Because when you have done the analysis by yourself, and you had discussed with like if you had done it with the sitting with another person also, so they can also learn it how you are doing the analysis. So in the second paper or maybe in the third paper, they say that I want to do analysis, so that is fairly enough. fairly encourageable, because if somebody has to learn by anyone else, or say in a collaborative team, that is what is the collaborative means. If you are learning from each other, so you all can get the benefit of it. So, and if the literature review paper normally doesn't have, but try to, I will be showing you how to use the Voin tool. So you can try to link some of the things so that it will strengthen your literature part. That is one thing. Second thing is it can strengthen your model, creating a model. So when you can beautifully create the model, there are different tools which are available. That there is like draw IO tool. I have at the end I will share your PPT also. So where there are something, if I have missed out, then we can just go through it. So there are what I believe is, like, say, when you are creating a model kind of thing, then create your own model, either in a Word document. There are certain flowchart which is there. You can use that, or you can create by your own drawing like tools which are available. Right, that is very, very important, because once you that may be, like, say, if you had studied the broader terms, you can change your terms, try to create your own model out of it, try to incorporate, or try to like 2-3 models you can define, and then create your extensive model kind of thing. The easy way out in this time is you can have some innovation keyword which is there. Technology, artificial intelligence can be incorporated in, if you have some basic understanding about how the artificial intelligence can be used in any of the area, you can simply create a model, or create something which can be give the spices to your research. Right, so it can be the artificial intelligence, it can be sustainability. Sustainability can something which can be incorporated in any of the area, whether it can be engineering side, whether it can be a marketing, like it can be real estate, it can be HR, sustainable HR, sustainable marketing. So sustainability and innovation and IT can be incorporated in any of these things. So that can be the latest one. So you can always get the benefit of it if you go for some latest trends or something. That is theirs. Then when you are writing your research paper, that is one thing we have discussed, that is the collaborative. Second thing is in one of the authors, I think Abdul has said that it has to be concise and focused, or it has to be, some focus has to be there. So what you can do is you can try to identify certain objectives. When you are writing, or when you are doing your research paper, right? So the first objective can be, like, say, when I look at this particular title which is there, evaluating the impact of HR practices in operational performance of hospitality industry. Try to identify certain objectives which covers this particular title, right? So where you can be, the last one can be the preparation of model, evaluation model or something. Or if you are doing this thing, if you're using some technique to be applied, then you can do your third, or maybe 2-3 objectives. 3 objectives, normally I prefer 4 or 5 may be sufficient, like say 4 objectives. The last objective is, which is covering your the full title of it. Maybe evaluating the model, or maybe creation of model, maybe proposed model for the sustainable HR or green HR practices in operational performance and hospitality industry. So that can be your third objective, or that can be your last objective. The first, second objectives can be related to the factors for HR practices, green HR practices, related to the factors of operational performance and hospitality industry, right? So there can be 2 objectives that are based on identification of factors. The next objective can be related to the identification of maybe something related to the methodology, which is the technique that you are following. And last objective is the preparation of the model or the proposed model for the what you want to actually propose. So once you are done with the objectives, now you have to defend those objectives, right? So once you say the first objective is identifying the factors. So you have to be, so that has to be go with the literature review, that has to go with analysis, results, and analysis, results and analysis. And finally, it has some contribution in conclusion also. So the flow should be there so that if somebody is new to that particular area, he got an interest in your paper, right? So that is once you had written the objectives, all the 3-4 objectives has to be verified in all the broader headings, and you get a concrete conclusion out of it. So that is how you have to be focused on when you are writing the research paper. So you can, so this is how you are, and the future direction should always be there at your conclusion part, because many times I got a review comments which says that what about the future implication for managerial, right? And what about the future implications for society or something? So you can always try to mention about like in the earlier we got like how to back to the society or something, right? So societal benefits, managerial benefits should be mentioned in the conclusion at the end of the paragraph to avoid the reviewer comments for those. So this is how you can when you are if you are doing your PhD and if you want to write a research paper, so you can always define the research objectives. Research objectives may be 4 or maybe 3. For the first objectives, try to have at least 2-3 papers for that. Similarly, for the second objective, third objective. So you can have at least 4 or 5 papers from your PhD thesis before it is going to be published, right? So that, yeah, because when you are writing for the research paper, it is again you are getting a validation. How you are getting a validation? Because that is going to be published somewhere. So when you get a research paper to be published, means that that is being validated by the editor, by the editor on desk, by the reviewers, and that is something which is feasible. Then only your paper is going to be published, right? So that is one of the authentication or one of the validation which is there in for your thesis. So that's why there is a deadline or there is a guidelines which says that you have at least 4 papers or maybe 5 papers which are published from your thesis. So if you start doing it in advance or in the very starting stage of your PhD, then it will be very beneficial for you. At the time process on, you get an interest on a certain topic, and then you are doing by your own, right? So you don't require any third person to do the analysis for you, because if you have already done so much of intensive work related to your literature review or related to your papers which you have written. So at the end of the PhD, you are able to defend what all you have done, and it is already being published in the. And and one more concern to you is when you because normally what happened, like say when you attend certain conferences, try to make down the notes, right? So while you're making the notes, try to identify it, because sometimes the industry persons who speaks about certain things which are not there in the researchers, but it is going to be come in the near future. So some fancy words can always be a part of your researcher in terms of like say if you have certain marketing conference and you are in the field of marketing, try to attend the conference, because in every conference we have the keynote speaker or have the guest who are very senior people who are being into industry for so long. And if you listen to them, always there is a learning which can be done, and always keep your pen ready for writing those certain keywords which are new, like say the gigs economy, or there is something which can be coming to the near future and which can be used in your researchers and in your research papers, and that is going to be one of the latest things, right? So there can be like say some innovation practices which can be done. One of the like research paper does not require something, but if you have a because since one of my research paper, if I tell you like what I have written is, I am taking the total quality management in my management class, right, for my MBA students. So I have I have asked them to study, or I have taken a class for 5S, right? So 5S means first you have to do the sorting, shining, and and there are a number of S, like there are 5S, which how to apply the quality practices that is there. So I have asked the students to apply the 5S in their kitchen, right? Or maybe in their workplace, or maybe in their study table, or maybe in their room, self room. And they have to take the pictures of all the 5S, right? So once I get one of the student who has interpreted it rightly and taken the pictures of his kitchen where he has sorted the things, those which have an expiry date that has been detected and that has been thrown away. Then shining means you have to clean it every, like say, it may be every 1 day or 2 days, or maybe in a week. That has to be clean. If there is something that has to be discarded, that can be thrown off. And there are certain things which are not locatable, but it has been locatable because of this practice, right? So so all the 5S we have explained in defining a picture before and after, right? So before, what is the picture, and after, when he has sorted down the things, he has put it in the proper place, in racks, in proper labeling which is there, proper labels to the boxes, like say for the boxes which are there for masalas, for other things, right? So that it can be located in the proper way. So that we have sent for the publication in one of the quality journal, and it has published. Right. So it is not necessarily that there may be certain things that you have came across and you want it to be published. You start writing it, and in one of the area I suppose that when I have done the project management, so project management tool I have used for taking my MDPs. So I have applied the same for my convocation, which is going to be happen. Right. So when I have applied this, I want, like say, what are the tasks which is there? What are the tasks which are linked tasks? And right. So what is the time which I can prepare one set of preparation, and then start with other preparation? Who are the resources which are there? That everything can be put into the one chart, which is a project management MS project sheet, which is there. And I have taken the screenshots. I have applied that model. I have done certain basic steps of what is project management, what is project development life cycle, what are the different steps of life cycle, taken a problem, defined it as a case study for implementing a convocation at Amity. And then I have written down certain theories and put certain figures. And those pictures are my pictures, right? Because that is something which I have identified the different tasks, how the task is linked to the another task, how one task is complete, and then that can be linked to the another task. There are some independent tasks that can be done so much in advance. And so this is how you can get your research paper done. It is not always that your research paper has to be a certain methodology, certain things that can be done, but anyway, you are doing day-to-day activity that can also be a research if you put certain innovation into it and certain layout into it, and that you can also publish in that. So that was I have presented at one of the PMI conference which has held in Kozhikode. That was the paper on project management. So this is how you can proceed with the things which are already in man and you are passionate about. I think one of the faculty who has mentioned that what you have to do is the passionate about the things which you have done, right? So this is what is the passionate about you. Similarly, when you go to the cafe area, right, you can always look for certain things and the ideas which can be generated in because while you are doing the PhD, you are focused on certain area or certain this thing. But if you are the faculty, then you are open for your passionate topics which you can search and you can have it in your area, and then you can search for it and take the benefit of it or take the happiness of it. So this is what my belief is. Interdisciplinary is again very important because some of the bodies some of the ranking bodies are also looking for some interdisciplinary research. So you can always relate your area with like say if I am a IT faculty, I can always relate to the operations, to the marketing, to the HR. Similarly, the sustainability can also be into any of the areas. So this is how you can relate. I think there is some, okay, Abdul has. So, okay, contributing body to the research request, okay.
Dr. Monica, like I'm very interested in like agriculture and sustainability topics. Like these are my interest areas. I'm not having very deep knowledge about them, as although I'm learning day by day, but don't have any deep knowledge so that I can write a paper. So I can write just introductory part, like how we can go ahead, but the rest of the things, if co-authors would like to do so, they can do that, no?
But before that, you have to collectively identify certain papers which talks about the agriculture and sustainability. So in the Google Scholar, you can have agriculture and sustainability. So there are agricultural practices using sustainability. There are some sustainable HR. So there has to be something which you are in the common. All the co-authors.
How many papers we should read? Like some resource person they have already informed us in the earlier sessions that minimum 200 papers you should read before writing any paper. So
so what is my experience is don't force yourself for 200 or 150 papers. What I normally believe is like say is just start with the 10 papers on that area. Like say when you say sustainability and agriculture, right? So once you download 10 papers, the 10 papers, I'm very much sure that 10 papers will be talking about the different dimensions of sustainability and agriculture, right? So those may be the 5 or 6 dimensions which you have to take it forward, then again go for 5, 6 papers on that particular domain. So maybe in this, like say 5 areas on sustainability and HRM, sustainability and agriculture, you get the dimension of maybe financial dimension some way, or you get maybe the farmers who are related to something related to farmers, something related to the third party, something, right? So there are different spectrum which they will be talking about. So in the first glance, you get all this spectrum. Now, next is maybe in this 5 domain.
Bhakti is writing, ma'am, agro-tourism and sustainability, even supply chain. In agri sector is very upcoming. I'm into ecotourism. Even health sector is also coming up too much.
too much. Yes.
So these all are areas where lots of literature nowadays they
This
are
is
available.
Yes.
Only the thing is we have to make like
Okay.
bring out some time to read those things and then jump into writing.
And there is no shortcut for that.
Yes.
You have to read. You have to read to get a basic knowledge. So
Hmm.
that's what I'm saying. Like if it is the like first and the second is related to supply chain, and you want to focus your study on supply chain, then your keywords will be different in the next set of papers, right? So like say out of 10 papers, if the two of the areas which strikes to you, maybe one is the tourism and the another one is the supply chain. Now your next maybe 5-10 papers are based on either on the supply chain or on the tourism, because you have to feel the interest on that. Because if that is being forced to you, that agriculture and sustainability, and there is, if somebody talking about the financials or something, and maybe you are not interested into it, so it is your waste of time. So what you can do is you can put the interest only those topics or subtopics which are interest to you. So if sustainability agriculture is talking about supply chain, and if you are interested, then try to find out 10-15 papers based on sustainability HRM and add a new keyword as supply chain. So now you can do the study on these three keywords. So maybe you can have a sustainability and supply chain, you can have agriculture and supply chain, you can have three together. So in this way, you like say earlier you have 10 papers you have read, now you have maybe 10 or 10 papers more into the credit. Right? So now we have 20 papers that you have studied, but not for the all, but it has to be specifically which you are into interest to it. And then when you go for a methodology, like say, you say that 10 papers for the methodology, if you have done for the agriculture and sustainability, and one is talking about the factor analysis, another talking about the ISM, third is talking about the AHP, fourth is talking about DEA. So there are different methodology which has been talking about in all those 10 papers, and you want the ISM to be used. Then you can have ISM papers in the different domains. Then you can focus on the ISM. So it comes out to be 20-25 papers, right? But these papers are which you are interested into it. And when you have started writing the paper, then like say in the first paper, when you are writing about the sustainability and the HRM, there are some inbuilt references also into it. Means the first paper has, say, suppose 20-25 references, right? And if some of the references which are being quoted when you are writing a certain aspects, then you can take that as also your references. So your first references is the first paper which you have studied, and the rest 4-5 references is which is the references of that paper. So this is how now you have 40, 45, 50 references in your research paper. Some are your direct references and some are the indirect references. So this is how you can build your references. And it comes out to be like when you are going for the literature review, it comes out to be, I have seen 70, 80, more than that also as a references list, because that is a review paper and it has too much of references. So this is how you can start slowly, and then you can process it further. And if something is an interest to you, then you can get the dreams out of it, and then you can get the ideas, new ideas, and then slowly and gradually you can focus on that, and then you can take it forward. So this is how you, if you're doing this, and then it will come automatically. Nobody is forcing you to take your topic, take this thing, but it is already coming into you, and then it will take progress as because you wanted it to be complete the research paper, because that is your own baby. So it has to be your own baby, then only you can, you love it and you are passionate about it.
Correct.
So I think I can show them a Voin tool, and because that is something which I have came across maybe 3-4 years back, and I find it very interesting.
Yeah, please.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I just go to the Google. right? There is a tool called Voyant tool, VOYANT tool. So if I search for, like as Madam says, Google may, I can search for a topic called sustainability and agriculture, right? Right, I have sustainable agriculture as the Wikipedia link, right? So I have copied this link. It can be a web page, it can be your own download article, it can be anything, right? So if I go to the Voyant tool, right? So in the Voyant tool, you can have a add text, you can copy and paste the text also, you can copy a link also. If you want to upload, you can upload, and if you have certain documents which are there that can be uploaded, like if you have already downloaded, like say 4 or 5 articles in related to sustainability, that can also be added in this, right? So I check. So these are like, say, if I have downloaded already downloaded some of the articles on sustainability, I can just click here and then that can be open. Right.
This
So
tool is used for what purpose? Like
this
basically,
is
what
for
is the
if, yeah, that is there any, what are the main key factors or what are the things which has been latest, which are the latest upcomings in this particular area? So, or where the authors are talking about this area, right? So if you,
we
because
can see
normally we
in
have,
the Google also, we can see that thing in Google also.
normally what we have, like say, supposingly if you have downloaded 10 articles on sustainable and agriculture, and you have focused on the two, which is one is sustainable and one is, and you have to find out like, is there anything which is common on this where I can talk about in my research paper? So this basically gives you a shortcut for your further focus on your area to be proceed.
Okay. So this is more specific, I should be saying.
Yeah.
And Google is very general and
Because Google is taking from the different websites. And now you have create a list where you are focused on the particular 2-3 areas or maybe 10 papers that you have downloaded. You just add those 10 papers here and click on reveal. Right. So it will give you analysis. So it can be not only one, but you can have multiple, like it can be a research, or it can be a number of things, right? So when you see that there is like, so it is most of the Wikipedia, this particular page is talk about the sustainable and agriculture. This is occurrence is 173. Like if you can see that there is occurrence also, which is available. So how many total number of words which is there, and how many total words which is there, how many unique which is there. And if you can click on this detail, right? So you can have a link. So here you can get an idea when I'm talking about the sustainable and agriculture. I am also talking about the production, farming, security systems, food systems, right? So these are the things that you can again look for. So what I'm explaining to them is, when you are writing a literature review of say the 10-15 papers related to the two keywords, maybe sustainable and agriculture, you can see that what all the other factors you can talk about in your literature. You can talk about the farming, you can talk about production, you can talk about security. And this can be helpful for you when you are identifying the factors also. So if you can see that the agriculture is something which deals with the 4 things, that is the farming and food. agriculture is this, but if when you talk about the sustainability, that is deals with the farming, the sustainability is deals with the other things which is there. Okay, editable, and then food is deals with production, right? So there is a food component which is common to the agriculture, and the broader is the thicker is the line, the more association which is there. So when you are talking about the sustainable and agriculture, you cannot skip the food.
Yes.
Yes. And when you're talking about the food, there are three more factors which are coming into the picture, that is production, security, and system. So something like that, it can give you a broader idea about, because you cannot go through each and every word of a Wikipedia, but once you have done this analysis or this network diagram, you get a clear idea. Like when you're talking about the sustainable agriculture, you have to talk about the food as well, right? So this is how you are approach.
Dr. Monica, for sharing this particular tool. This is absolutely a great thing which we have learned today. Thank you so much.
And similarly, when you are using, because this is only the Wikipedia page which I have shared, right? Similarly, with the Wikipedia, you can add. So there can be the n number of things that can be added in this particular, and you can reveal the details. So because it is only the one page, so it is showing like this. But if you are using the different papers or different, like say 10, 15 papers, if you add on, and it combinedly give you this kind of effect. So that will be really helpful for you. And even in some of my research paper, what I have done is I have created a model out of it also. Like when you say that I am proposing the model, something like that, right? So I have proposed the model. I have based on the different analysis, based on, you can have first agriculture, you can show this picture, and you can discuss about how the agriculture and sustainability are connected to each other. Then you can discuss about how the sustainable is connected to the other things, and then finally you can have the discussion with all the components into it. So while building a proposed model, you can have the step-by-step, like say when you talk about the innovation, when you talk about the IT, when you talk about the AI, right? So you can add on certain factors which are helpful for you in creation of the model. So involvement of AI or impact of artificial intelligence in XYZ industry, or the role of HR, role of AI in XYZ industry. So that can be used for creating the model. Once you create the model, then you can say that this is a proposed model. And your paper will be of like say 3,000 words or something, which beautifully you can write the introduction, then literature review, and then analysis, identification of certain factors, and then close up with the proposed model. So this is how you can start with something new if you had not came across. Right. So I think this is done. So can we move to the next?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So I just shared with, I have prepared a slide. Maybe I will share with Sanjana ma'am, and then you can use this. So I just briefly, because I have covered most of the things. Is the slide visible?
Can you make it on full screen?
Yeah, I can. So these are the 4, 5, 6 different outlines. Submitting, I am not touched upon submitting your research paper. So I think directly, because the time is quite less, so I can directly go to that particular slide. Choosing appropriate journal. In submitting a manuscript, so once you are ready with your manuscript, it is not, because most of us, what we think that once you are ready with the manuscript, we can directly upload that paper into the journal site. But what is recommended is you have to be very careful on uploading, because what this editor will, the desk editor will do is, if you have not written the proper cover letter, right? So some of the journal, they don't see your paper, but they are giving you the comments, or they are saying that your paper is not submitted yet because you have not mentioned certain things in your cover letter. So cover letter is again very, very important, which should have to whom you are addressing to. If you know the editor's name, then please mention. If you do not know the editor name, then you can always say to the editor, and then you can write your letter. You can write an introduction, you can write a declaration, that is your own work, and then summary of the paper, significance of the paper, interest of the readership, and final thank you to the editor. Because most of the time we do not want have the relevance of importance of this particular cover paper, but this is again very, very important. When you are suggesting the reviewer, in some of the cases they were asking your reviewer to try to give the reviewer, like say if you are into that particular area like sustainable agriculture, and you find that there are most of the papers are written by XYZ author. So if you have the details of the author, like the email ID and the name and the affiliation, so you can always, because you had already cited that particular author in your research, in your research paper. So what you can do, you can call it as a reviewer, so that you can take the benefit of it, because you are already citing the you have already cited it with the name. So you can get through with the review little fast, because you have already researched, or you have already into that particular research which the person has already done it, and you had quoted that research also. So that is the one of the thing where you can easily get through with your research without taking the without taking the time. Then next is, if you want a certain reviewers to be not to be included, not to be sent this thing, because sometimes it happens that you do not have a good connection with something and you want it to be excluded. So if sometime they have asked for the same conflict of interest, and you may find that because it is into that particular journal and very much active. So you can always define that these person can be avoided if you have certain dispute in past. So you can always mention. So there is no harm in mentioning. Affiliation, you can prepare the author's biography, because most of the journals ask for the biography also. That is, you can define the current academic position, where you can have qualification, dates in university, academic achievement, and so it can vary from 120 words, because later stage I had given one paper which has asked for the 120. So you can always cut down, but you can always have a autobiography ready, which has certain things into it: research interest, important achievements. If you have certain best paper award or something, that has to be mentioned in a short. Then the research identity, always keep updated, always search for your Google citation as well as the Scopus index. So it has to be covered in your research paper, has to be included in that particular paper as well. And it many times it happens that they ask for your orchid ID and Google citation. So when you are giving your brief to somebody, or so you can always keep ready with your citations as well as your Scopus index paper. And the writing account to the editorial, every journal has its own. So you have to be mention the current affiliation the correct name. Because many times what happened, you have given, like say, if I am Monica Arora, I have given Arora Monica, Monica Arora, or M Arora, or some different IDs, maybe the email IDs or name, but it has to be consistent. So that when you get a Google citation, it has to be with the correct name. Right. So dealing with the, it is very, very important dealing with the reviewer comments. The reviewer has given a certain comment, so you have to take it very positive. Right. So if many times it happens that the work is already being done in your paper, so you can create a table for that, where in the left hand side you can define all the comments of the reviewer, and right hand side you can give the justification. Like say, supposingly, if you had added certain paragraphs, so you can say that page number this, para number this has been added in respect to this particular comment. Right? If it is already there, then you can mention, you can highlight those changes, and you can mention that it is already there in the paper. Please verify if anything else to be done. Right? So you have to be very polite with the reviewers, because sometimes because that is something you are halfway through with your paper selection, and if you had not appropriate with the comments of the reviewer which you have received, then because it will take no time to reject your paper. So normally what all you have, if they ask for say 2 times the reviewer comments, just give them give the comments, or mention like what has been done. If it is not according to your research, you can always mention that I have used this method. So this method, I find that, or based on the literature study, I find that these studies is appropriate for my research, and others are not, something like that, right? So it can be mentioned. Every question has to be answered. There should be no questions which has to be considered as it is irrelevant or it is not to be answered. If it is irrelevant, then again you can always mention that according to me something, but all the questions has to be answered. Don't add unrequested material or something, or don't modify the comments. Comments should be as it is. You can write whatever you want it to be answer in the answer. So that is how you can be very relevant to answering the editor. Because if you look for, if I'm just go to the previous this thing, I think this we have. Even some of the journals has will select based on your keywords or based on your abstract. They will define you, or they will take you to the journal also. Like there is a elsewhere we have a journal finder. When you go for a journal finder, it will ask for the abstract to be uploaded, and it will take you to the different list of journals which are appropriately used for your paper. Same way you have for Springer also. There is a journal suggester springer.com. Right. So if you are not finding, because there are a number of journals which are there, if you are following with, or if you have an idea of that particular journal, then go for it. If you want to search for it, then what you can use these tools which are inbuilt in the websites which are there. If you go for elsewhere.com, you will find the choose the correct journal for me or something. When you click on it, it will ask for the abstract, and when you copy and paste the abstract, it will take you to the correct journal. So normally we get a comment as not in the scope, something like that, right? So you can avoid that message also when if you're giving a proper this thing for the journal. So this is a proper track for your when you are using the journal. Like so, it's a manuscript. When you have uploaded, you will be getting editorial board. You will be getting a comment. When you are revising it, you will be getting either a accepted or a rejected. It goes to the editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief is the first person who can reject your journal directly also. if we find that if you are abstract or if there's certain concerns or he will just go through your paper and then only if it find that the quality is appropriate. So it has to be according to the sample paper. If it is according to the sample paper, if it has covered all the broader headings and the subheadings, which is a normal, which is the paper which is being used in that particular journal, then he can, and having a cover page which defines the scope and everything, then only he can send it for the reviewer. And there are 3 blind reviewers which are there. Some of the journals, they take the review of 2 journals. The third is, like, say, if you won't get the details about the third journal, they can take it forward for the comments of the 2 reviewers as well. So once you get the comment of the 2 reviewer, you have to, it can be either a minor acceptance, or it can be a major correction or minor corrections, or it can be a reject. Right. So normally when it goes to the reviewer, they go for a minor or a major corrections. Minor or major corrections can always be defined. You have to follow up a paper, you have to revise the paper, and you have to give a proper comments which has been. So there are 10-15 comments which are there. Some are irrelevant, some are more relevant. So you have to answer it properly for all the comments and send back to the and upload back. So there are normally 15-20 days time where you have to upload. So don't wait for the last moment, but try to incorporate the changes at the day which you get the revisions which are there. Because normally if you see that, you find that there are 4-5 revisions which are there. But if they had given 15 days time, so it takes 15 days to review your paper. That's why they had given you 15 days. So try to do the review or revise paper at the day you get a review comments. So take the printout of both your paper as well as this. Try to find out where it can be incorporated, because many times it happens that you don't remembering the paper which you have written because it is, say, 1 month or maybe 6 months back. Take a printout and try to identify what all is covered, which is already being covered, that can be corrected, and the things which are not being covered can be added in the revised paper. So this is how you can make your life easy for the paper. So normally the possible verdicts were out of scope, reject before and after the review, reject resubmission is not recommended, then rejection, resubmission after the amendment is. So many times it happens that it will take a 1 year time, but your paper has been rejected. No harm, because every time there is a learning. So based on the revision comments, some of the people, some of the students or a faculty, what they does is, once you get the revised comments, with the same paper, you can upload it in some different journal. So that is a bad practice. If you get certain comments, because sometimes it happens that the reviewer are common for both the journal. And if you have already sent the same paper into the different journal with no corrections, so that is a bad practice. You can always change based on the review comments which you have received, and upload the fresh paper into the different journal, which have all the changes which has been recommended.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica, for your this deep knowledge. Excellent session, and participants are liking too much because they are doing these kind of things day to day, and definitely this particular task is helpful for you. So we are extremely happy that you are with us. This is an excellent session. We have given you maximum time because we know that you are a person to share your knowledge in this regard. So very nicely, beautifully explained. You have started your session with your experiences, that how your research journey has started, and then jumping to how we can collaborate and distribute the work among co-authors, conducting a review of literature, why literature review is important, then objectives. You have excellently shared your personal life examples, which you are doing into your research field, that how you have come across all those challenges and how you have covered those. And excellent and beautifully you have explained few of the case studies. And this tool, which is Voyant tool, it is very, very excellent tool which you have shared with us, and definitely we are going to use this particular thing. Outlines for submitting your manuscript, journals. So overall, you have given us a holistic picture of this particular theme and on the main topic. Thank you so much. All are writing that enlightening session. Has written Dr. Avneet. Thank you, ma'am. It was really informative session. Dr. Gaurav Kumar Bhardwaj is writing that, thank you so much, Professor Monica. It is really resourceful for every researcher. Dr. Ravideep, that really practical knowledge step by step. Dr. Mamta, Dr. Abdul, Dr. Bhakti, everybody is praising Dr. Shirikan. So thank you so much, Dr. Monica, for being with us, and I accepted our invite to be here on this beautiful platform, which is, I think, very, very much required for all the faculty members and research scholars. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you to all the participants. Keep learning, keep doing. That is what a faculty can always recommend.
Dr. Sheetal Y has also written excellent, Dr. Kavita. So thank you, participants, for your encouraging words and for writing your questions, asking your queries. So this makes session quite interactive and fruitful. Thank you all, dear participants. Now it is a lunch break. So kindly have your lunch, but don't forget to connect at 1:50 as we have the valedictory session ahead. So today is our last day, 5th day, and this is having the grand success because of you only and because of the resource person. So you are connected with us. All resource person are on time and connected with us. So thank you so much to everyone. See you at 1:55 today. Thank you. Namaskar. See you. Thank you, Dr. Monica. Once again. Thank you. Have your lunch, quickly lunch, and then get back to us. So many of them have already joined, still waiting for everyone to join. Good afternoon, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal. A very warm welcome to you. We are so grateful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bansal. Thank you. You are absolutely looking fine, fit. Your video is perfect. And your audio is also perfect. So in 2 minutes, we will be starting as participants are joining.
Sanjana ji, what time I have to, my presence would be required?
2:30.
2:30. Actually, there is a mail from founder president just now to, I have to attend MIT University Rajasthan's convocation also for a few minutes.
Okay.
I'm here only, if you permit.
Yes. You can join that and you can come back at 2:30. You can join.
Right.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Dr. Sheetal, Dr. Kavita. Good afternoon, Dr. Neelam. Good participants are joining. So we will start in 2 minutes more. We will wait and then we will start. Dr. Parijat, is it fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Neelam, Dr. Avneet. Good afternoon. I can see participants are joining. So we can start maybe by Dr. Parijat. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. very welcome to our last and the final session of the 5 days FDP. May I now welcome Dr. Sanjana Vij to give a brief overview of everything that we have gone through for the past 4 days. So let's welcome Dr. Sanjana Vij to give us the brief overview.
Thank you, Dr. Parijat. And so we are starting today with our valedictory session now. And to grace this session, we have our Vice Chancellor will be joining soon. Professor P.B. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Haryana, would be joining soon. And whose presence always motivates us to do best in the current and future endeavors. We are also very delighted and pleased to have with us, maybe they are joining very soon, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Delhi Teachers University, Professor Dhananjay Joshi as guest of honor, and distinguished academicians, Professor Sanjeev Bansal, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies, Director and Head, Amity Business School, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, as guest of honor, and Professor Surinder Jaswal, who is a Director of Research at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TIS Mumbai, as guest of honor. It is said that every ending is just a new beginning. So today, as we come to the end of this faculty development program on a very, very important topic, innovative methods, skills, and eco-friendly technologies for quality and impactful research, which is a joint effort of Association of Indian Universities and Amity University, Haryana, Gurugram, Academic and Administrative Development Center in association with Amity Academic Staff College, Amity University, Haryana. The program started from 30th January to 3rd January 2023. Each day we've got to listen to some exceptional dignitaries whose wisdom has made our research so wider. Our knowledge has become more wider. So I would like to share a quick recap of last 5 years. The day one began with the inaugural session, which was quite inspiring and fruitful and graced by esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, Delhi, Professor Shah Menon, Honorable Vice Chancellor, BML Munjal University, Gurugram, Professor Narahari Shastri, Director, CSIR, North India Institute of Science and Technology, Assam, Professor Sandeep Sanchite, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Marwari University, and co-founder, adorer.com. Respected Professor Manan Kumar Mandal, who was a chief guest, a distinguished visiting professor at IIT Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and formerly a distinguished scientist and Director General, Life Sciences in DRDO, India. Honorable VC, Amity University, Haryana, Professor P.B. Sharma, respected Pro VC, Amity University, Haryana, Professor Vikas Madhukar, Dr. Amendra Pani, Joint Director and Head, Research Division, Association of Indian Universities, and Dr. Sanjana Vij, Program Director, Academic Staff College and Head Center of Excellence for Innovation in Education, Amity University, Haryana, graced the inaugural session. Inaugural session was followed by the first plenary session on linking academic passion for research and development, leading to quality life and profession, wherein Dr. S.N. Panda, Professor Rakesh Kumar Khandal, and Dr. Ambika Devi shared their excellent experiences on research and development, leading to quality life and profession. They also shared their case studies and experiences with all the participants. So we really enjoyed the session thoroughly. The second day began with the plenary session 2 on the sub-theme Innovative Methods, Skills and Challenges in the Research Ecosystem and Data Analysis, wherein Professor Garg, Professor Sanjay Kumar Jha, Professor Anirban Das, Dr. Sagnik De, Dr. Fatima, they gave an excellent inputs on how to do data analysis and highlighted skills and challenges in research ecosystem. The third day began with the plenary session 3 on the sub-themes research software tools and eco-friendly technologies, wherein Dr. S. Venkata Mohan, Dr. Ritu Sharma, Dr. Vargesh, and Dr. Ujjaini Das Gupta discussed and elaborated the research softwares and eco-friendly technologies, which were quite helpful for us as well as for all the participants. The day 4th began with the plenary session 4 on the sub-theme process of positioning your research for publication in high impact factor journals, wherein Dr. Ravinder Singh Walia, Professor PCS Devra, and Dr. Sumit Narula, Professor Anish Gupta, Dr. Indu Shekhar Thakur, Dr. Rishi Mandrai explained how to publish in the high impact factor journals with the help with the help of a lot of examples. They gave very simple examples and shared their life experiences to clarify the concepts and also discuss the case studies related to it. Day 5th, that is today, began with plenary session 5 on the sub-theme avoiding unethical practices for quality research and publication, wherein Dr. A.V. Senthil Kumar and Dr. Monica elaborated on unethical practices for quality research and publication, which was really, really helpful for all the participants, and they gave the holistic overview of research and how one can publish their journal in and how they can search for various kind of tools and technologies and methods which they can apply to make the research qualitative and impactful. So overall, all the 5 days were full of information and wisdom, I would be saying. And this 1 week has taught each one of us about the best practices of writing quality and impactful research papers and publish them in a good journals. How we can publish them in good journals, best tools we have learned, so much eco-friendly technologies we have learned in all these 5 days. We as an educators, we as an faculty, we as an research scholars cannot deny the fact that we all are taking away fruitful experiences with us from this FDP, from the esteemed speakers for this FDP. So a very, very big thanks to all the resource persons for being with us throughout this faculty development program. In the whole program, the best part was that Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor P.B. Sharma was giving their words of wisdom or sharing their words of wisdom in between, and which makes every one of us more wiser and more knowledgeable. So now I would like to request if participants can just share their their experiences while attended, like they have attended all 5 days faculty development program. So what are their takeaways and what was their experiences? So I would like to call few of you, if you can just share your experiences within 2 to 3 lines. So if you want to say something, kindly write it on the chat box. It will be really helpful for everyone. Please.
While the participants write their feedbacks, their takeaways in the chat box, I would want to say something.
Yeah, they can just write it on the chat box, then we will give them the rights. Yes, Dr. Anu Gupta, Suji, kindly give them the rights. Dr. Anu Gupta, Dr. Bhakti Pawar, आप इनको rights दे दीजिए video और audio के, so that they can share their experiences. Dr. Anu, I think you got the rights, so you can just open your audio and just share your valuable inputs. Give rights to Dr. Sheetal Y also.
So very good afternoon to all the organizers.
Good afternoon and welcome, Dr. Anu Gupta. Good to see you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Your experience for this 5 days faculty development program.
Yeah, ma'am. So good afternoon to all the organizers and participants of the 5-day FDP on innovative methods, skills, and eco-friendly technologies for quality and impactful research. I am very thankful to the organizers who have given me a chance to express my experience and knowledge I have gained by attending this FDP. Theme of this FDP was very impressive and entirely different. Organizers have chosen the speakers who have expertise in the theme of the FDP. I have enjoyed the lectures on the sustainable development by using natural climate solutions, research paper writing, quantitative research tools for the research, how to identify cloned and predatory generals, how to increase the citation count, how to calculate the HNDX. We have also come to know how can we improve the citations of our research paper. I have also prepared some research proposals, but by attending this FGP, I came to know how can we improve the proposal writing skills. At last, but not the least, I want to thank the whole team of the organizers who have given me an opportunity to attend this FGP. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anu. Thank you so much for your wonderful words. Next, Dr. Bhakti, can you say something? Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Bhakti. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm grateful that I'm part of this FDP. I'm into teaching. I'm a passionate teacher, but yes, as far as research, I feel myself, I'm new. Due to some of the other reasons, I always went through some dilemmas and confusions. And by attending this FDP, at least I'm able to understand where to start and how to proceed, as far as carrying out good quality research. This FDP was highly motivating and power-packed one with a lot of incredible information on research. If I look at the graph, like when I was attending one session and then another one, then I can find, this is upward, the trend is going upward, like as far as gaining knowledge. So as far as conduct also, I'm really thankful and I appreciate, not even a single day, single minute I felt bored during these 5 days. This used to start dotted time and, very well conducted, like with full of excellency and transparency. Even a single query, a single comment was taken care very seriously. So I feel this FTP is quite informative, interesting, and interactive as well. As far as, Amity's this initiative, at the end, I just would like to convey one thing, that we all are part of this noble profession of teaching, learning, and research. So I feel, Amity has taken a great lead. This is a great job, in fact. I'm feeling myself, somewhere, elevated, there is some kind of enhancement, some kind of enrichment in me when I, recap day 1 and day 5. So I have got all that information, which I can, really use in my own research. Actually, I'm going to start this research as, I'm going to press the refresh button actually to start my research again. So I'm just thankful from the bottom of my heart to Amity University, Dr. Sanjana ma'am and her team. I don't have much words, but yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity of learning and growing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhakti, for your wonderful words. But I would like to listen one word from you, that where we were lacking, anything where you feel that this thing has to be improved or this has to be incorporated. So we'd like to listen to that also. Sirf tareef hi nahi sunna cha rahe hain.
Basically, I was so much involved, because so much of material is being shared through this platform. So there was no time to find out that. But yes, just one thing which I can feel is like a small workshops or small training workshops, like how to go with ANOVA or how to go with, the tools and techniques. That may be the next part of the FDP part 2. So that is only one thing, because somewhere we are also lacking in collaborations. As far as, if you ask me personally, that is the, somewhere I'm lagging behind as far as my research. So that is what my suggestion, ma'am.
Thank you, and absolutely correct suggestion, Dr. Bhakti, you have given, and you are one of the active participants throughout the faculty development program, and very well point raised by you, and I have noted down, because this ANOVA, SPSS and Excel, these are the software which are very much used in the research.
Yes.
Along with this, nowadays so much eco-friendly technologies are coming up, but definitely we will keep in mind and we will conduct few workshops, maybe 1-day workshop or 2-day workshop, to just cover the ANOVA or SPSS or Excel software.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
words. Dr. Sheetal, are you there?
Yes, madam. Good afternoon.
Can we see you?
I'm from actually teacher education faculty. So some lectures are not related with my content, but I enjoyed a lot. And thank you so much, Sanjana ma'am, and thanks to your team. I understand how to write research papers, how to publish them, and the important journals also. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sheetal. Dr. Shreya Goswami, can I see you? Can you say something? Maksud, Dr. Shreya Goswami, Dr. Neelam.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Shreya.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to thank Sanjana Vich for organizing such a wonderful and informative program. I think it's not every day that we get to speak with such esteemed personalities and knowing personalities. And the questions what I had for a very long time and queries and to get them resolved. And through this event, I came to know very ecological and technological processes that otherwise I wouldn't have known. One of the sessions with Dr. Savnik Day, I enjoyed it very much because it was relevant to my field, and I wanted to know how to write research paper and the structure of it properly, which I cannot find on the internet properly. And Dr. Swajay Kumar Jha, he ran us through every little process in detailed form, which I think was very helpful me to the other participants as well.
Thank you so much for your words, Dr. Ms. Shreya. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, ma'am.
Thank you. We are getting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Savarna is writing. Thank you so much for a wonderful session. Can we have Dr. Avneet with us? Dr. Avneet, are you there? Dr. Avneet, Dr. Abdul. Yeah, Dr. Avneet, kindly say a few words if you can. Dr. Abdul Gyani is also one of the, I think, active participant. If you want to say something, Dr. Abdul, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Tanushri, Maksud, kindly give them rights. Dr. Avneet, are you there? Dr. Abdul Gyani, are you there? Dr. Vijay Kumar, yes, Avneet is there. Dr. Avneet, can you say a few words? Please open your camera and audio and video, both. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Afternoon. It was a very, very nice session, and I have gained so much information about this FDP because, we generally face these kind of a problem that what are the different problems of research and, what are the different limitations. So how are we going to work on it? So it was really the all sessions were so impressive because they were talking about that how do we need to conduct the and write good research papers, how to have a good qualitative different kind of perspective. So I have really gained from this FDP. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of so many participants and the guests. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Avneet. So nice of you. Thank you for your words. With us, Professor Abdul Gyani. He is literally the Gyani, I would be saying. He's of knowledge, and he was sharing his maximum knowledge with all the participants on the chat box. So very warm welcome to you, Professor Abdul Gyani.
Thank you very much, madam. You can yourself realize from the layers I have put in, the number of clothes I have put in, that can give you the impression of how much cold it is in Kashmir at present.
Oh, Oh, that's yes, yes.
Thank
In
you.
Delhi also, we were facing a lot of cold, but I think since last 2 days, it was comfortable.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. This is, I think, the third program that I am attending, which was organized by Amity. And every successive program has motivated me to go for the next programs of Amity. In fact, this is my 34th year of service in a university system. And still I continue to learn from these programs. In fact, I had a number of, even at this stage of my service, I had a number of questions, and a good number of questions have been answered during this program. And during this program, because I was simultaneously attending the office meetings and some programs with a university in Malaysia. But even then, I found time to attend maximum possible sessions of this program. It has been a great service, great learning. During the program, I, in fact, conveyed some of the inputs, some of the slides of some of the workshops and programs that I am myself conducting, mostly in the area of research methodology, be it literature review, taxonomy of literature review, then anatomy of business research. And particularly that subject that I liked most, that was today delivered by Professor Monica. And incidentally, she is from my area of research, green HR, sustainable HR, and the type of research she has been conducting and which she shared. That is the session I liked most. And in fact, every session was very informative, content rich. There was a great learning. And my salute to all of you, particularly Madam Sanjana, to you, the way you have conducted and the way you have every day put us to task. And in fact, you proved to be a very hard task master by asking for our feedback every day. In fact, the takeaways of this program are many, which I may not be in a position to enumerate in this during this brief interaction. This is a good work. My request to you is always to keep up doing this good work and benefiting the academic fraternity throughout the country. I'm very happy that we have the participants from different parts of the country, and that is the credit which goes to MET and particularly the team which is organizing this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdul Ghani, for your wonderful words. They are literally very inspiring and motivate us to do our next FTB with full enthusiasm and with full heartedly. Thank you so much for being with us. You have connected all the 5 days from Kashmir. Yes, am I right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So we are so happy to have you, and we will be definitely in contact with you for our future endeavors, academic programs, and we will definitely send you the invite. Thank you so much.
At your disposal, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ajay Kumar Bhatt has written that I have enjoyed a lot of learning throughout the sessions of this FTP. This FTP has given very core and rare information and wisdom about how to publish good papers by applying ethical practices, how to write better title, how to ascertain research questions and objectives of the thesis. It was an ultimate FTP for researchers in all the disciplines. Thank you for the organizing team. Thank you for your kind words, Dr. Ajay Bhatt. Tanushri wants to say something, though my network is not so good. Tanushri, Maqsood, kindly give rights to Dr. Tanushri Shrivastava. Maqsood, can you give rights to Dr. Tanushri?
Yes, ma'am, already.
Tanushri, we have given rights to you. If you can open your audio and video. You can say a few words. Yes, we can see you, Dr. Tanu. Good afternoon, Dr. Tanu.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm really thankful to you, Sanjana ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. This FDP was really an eye-opener for me because forward to go ahead and write some research papers. As far as my introduction is concerned, I am Tanushri Shrivastava, everyone. And I am doing photography from past 14 years. And currently I am placed as Associate Dean with Asian Institute of Film and Technology. You all must be knowing, it's in Noida. And so this FDP has really helped me a lot to know the do's and don'ts about how to go ahead and what are the things that we need to consider and keep in mind before presenting any research paper, how to go for the publications, because these are the things like there are so many information on internet, but when you interact with the experts themselves, with the experts, it's like nothing like it. And I am only thankful to you, Sanjana ma'am, for giving us this opportunity, and Amity for arranging this FDP. So that's it, ma'am. And I'm looking forward for more opportunities like this.
Sure, sure. We will definitely share with you all our next upcoming programs. We have your email ID and contact details. Thank you for your kind words, Dr. Tanushri. Dr. Parijat, you also want to say something?
Thank you so much.
Yes, I wanted to say something. It has been a great honor to be a part of such wonderful event. On behalf of the organization, committee, all the members, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests. All the sessions were very interesting and insightful. A wide round of applause and thanks to all the participants who made this event a memorable one. I also would like to thank all the people present here, all the participants, dignitaries who are here for making this event and the time that they have spent with us today. I really appreciate that, and thank you for making this a grand success. And I would especially want to thank Dr. Sanjana Vij for taking such great initiatives and making such kind of programs success.
Dr.
So,
Parijat,
thank you so much.
Because you were connected throughout the program and you are helping us. So thank you to you as well as Dr. Nisha Tiwari, who was with us throughout the FDP. Thank you so much. Dr. Monica Yadav is writing that a very informative and educative faculty development program. It clarified a lot on research and how to publish in impactful journals. Very helpful sessions for research scholars and academicians. Thank you, Dr. Monica Yadav. Dr. Monica Yadav is one of the faculty in our law department who is very vibrant and very enthusiastic in all the domains. Thank you so much, Dr. Monica, for your kind words. Dr. Tanushri has also written, I'm very grateful to be part of this program. Glad that I'm getting this opportunity to share my experiences. Thank you, Sanjana ma'am, for this. Thank you so much, dear all the participants, for your wonderful words and your wonderful feedbacks. Dr. Vimal Singh is saying, thanks for all the efforts and this great opportunity. This program is successful because you all have attended, dear participants. This grand success only possible because you have attended all the sessions and all the resource persons were excellent. So all credit goes to you as well as to resource persons. Thank you so much for your kind words. Now, if I can see Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, if he has already there, we can request Dr. Sanjeev Bansal to give his address. Dr. Bansal is there, or maybe he's joining in 2 minutes. In the meanwhile, if anybody wants to share something, please come forward. Dr. Sheetal is saying a very, very informative. We have with us our Major General P.K. Sharma, who was very, very active during this faculty development program. Hats to you, Major General Sharma, and thank you so much for being with us all through this.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Two of my very senior faculty members, Dr. Bhatt and Dr. Monica, also attended, and they, as you have read out, they have highly appreciated the FDP. It was really very interesting. Some of the things, what I would say is explained in very simple manner. Like from the grassroots level, some of the participants may have felt it to be very basic, but I think it was very good to start from the scratch and come to the highest level. Very well organized, very good resource persons you had. well coordinated. Heartiest congratulations to you and to all the participants who were there. I could see every day the number was nearing around 100. So that really speaks very well of the success of the FDP.
Thank you so much, Major General Sharma, for your kind words, because they keep us motivating all the time. Dr. Kavita is writing, thank you so much, ma'am, for keeping us updated with current tools and techniques in research. Thanks for a very good initiative. And thank you, Dr. Sanjana, ma'am. Is a very good motivator. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, dear participants, for your words. Dr. Shipra is writing, thank you so much. Anyone who wants to come on screen and wants to say something, please write it on the chat box. We have still 5 minutes and then we can start with our session. Dr. Jaspal, you would like to come on the screen? We all are faculty members. Why we are so afraid of coming on the screen? Yes, Dr. Jaspal, we have given you the rights. If you can just open your camera and say a few words.
Yes, no, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you so much and giving opportunity to all the learning fraternity to have an insight into how to go for research publications. And definitely this FDP for 5 days was very interesting and very knowledgeable for as far my point of concern is concerned. And in your future also one day such FDP may be conducted. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And you have excellently and beautifully expressed your remarks here on the chat box, that really all sessions of FDP were very informative, and I really got insight about writing research papers and publications in reputed journals, very well organized FDP, and keen interested to attend such FDPs in future also.
Yes,
Dr. Tanushri, so yes, yes. You want to say something, Dr. Jaspal?
No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And wherever this Amity Haryana campus will be conducting such FDP, definitely will get an opportunity, and by faculty will also definitely like to join. Thank you so much.
So much. Thank you so much. Dr. Tanushri is writing, it has been a great learning and sharing experience in last 4 days of this program. As an educator and student, these 4 days have given me a lot of insight on how effectively one can draft research in best possible time and effort. The program was designed so well, giving space for hearing, sharing, learning, and absorbing forever, learning and absorbing forever. All the sessions were very useful and enriching in regards with do's and don'ts of writing the publishing research paper. Excellent, excellent, very nicely written. Dr. Atin has written, it was good opportunity for all of us to get good insights into data analysis and research outcome. Dr. Purnima, you would like to say something? We can give you the rights. Dr. Purnima, Maksud, can you give rights to Dr. Purnima? Purnima, yes, you have rights to open your audio and video, kindly. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Vij. I would like to thank you all the organizing committee, Amity University, and all the speakers which gave their insight and knowledgeable knowledge. They shared knowledge with us, and so that all the resource persons were from different background. And as I'm from the education background, sometimes we have a limited knowledge source. So we stuck with how to go about it, how to go further in research area. So after hearing all the sessions, I came to know about the different techniques which can be utilized in the research area. It will save our time and it make our research more impactful and more useful for the community. Thank you so much for organizing such FDP, which are helpful for all of us. And I look forward to join such more FDP organized by the Amity University. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purnima, for your kind words, really enriching words. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for writing your comment. All the sessions were very enriching. Thank you for Academic Staff College, Amity University, Haryana, for organizing this thoughtful workshop. Dr. Shipra, thank you. I would like to appreciate you, especially as you are continuously replying each and every message. Really glad to be part of this FDP. You want to share something? Anybody wants to come on screen and say something? Please write it on the chat box. We would love to listen and see you. Dr. Ravideep, I want you to open your camera. Dr. Ravideep was an active participant throughout FDP. Dr. Ravideep, you have all the rights. Kindly on your camera and video to say a few words. I can read your words which you have written on the chat box, but we wish that you can come here and say a few words.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate Dr. Sanjana and your whole team in Amity University for organizing such a beautiful FTP where each presenter, his or her intention was to give thorough knowledge of whatever area they were good at, and it has been totally a very fruitful FTP, I would say. Not even there was like a single moment, like there were some other sometimes distractions, but we would always come back to the FTP to to listen to it. And I would like to tell you something. I have attended the whole FTP from outside India. I'm teaching here in the Gulf, but I have taught at Amity University. My beginning of my career was from Amity University, Noida, in the mass communication department, and now I'm in the Gulf. And we really sometimes miss such sessions of meeting our Indian teaching fraternity, and I was really glad to see all of you are. Especially the presenters, organizers, and even the participants. You're all like, I love to be in this learning atmosphere where each one was trying to encourage the other. And sometimes people don't like to share their professional secrets, especially for research. And here most of the presenters and even participants, they were so happy to share and fix the crown of others, as we put those words, and try to give the hand to let others also come out with research and succeed. Really, hats off to you, the whole team. I really congratulate all of you once again. And I still want something like some platform where this beautiful relationship that we had, the helping and learning together relationship that we had, if we could continue it in some way. I don't know how, Dr. Sanjana, I'm sure you'll figure out
Yes,
some.
yes, you have written this comment in the chat box. I could see that comment also. Yesterday you have written on the chat box. I will just I was thinking on those platforms how we can connect in future, and definitely you will find the answer very soon. I will just drop that particular idea on the WhatsApp group, that how we all can collaborate with each other and how we can collaborate as far as academic endeavors are concerned. So definitely I will do something in this part.
Yeah, that will be really, really great. And I trust you on that. I have seen you, how beautifully you have, each comment you have, most of the participants have really appreciated your, the way you moderated the whole FDP. Each comment, each participant, you had, appreciated every comment. And I think that's one thing, that one-to-one touch of.
I will just make, sorry to interrupt you in between, because see, we are online connected. So there are few challenges when we are connected through online. If it would have been offline, then there would have not been any problem. But now since it is in the online platform, so you have to be in the contact of each other. Otherwise, that platform will be very, very dull and nobody would like to participate, and they don't want to come forward. So this is very, very important when you are on the online platform. Since 10 o'clock till 4:30, we are on the seat, and our blood pressure is already very high because we are sitting since morning till evening. And that is the only reason that we were able to connect with each and every participants. So thank you, Dr. Ravideep. Go ahead, please.
In addition to the research skills that we learned, I learned great moderation skills, if it has to be as a teacher online or in future. So that was really, really great. And once again, I congratulate everyone. Google Forms is one simple thing, I think, like the way you're using it for certificates, that could help us, the simplest way to organize all the data. Thank you so much for giving us a whole chance. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Aditi, for giving your time and for such a kind words. Dr. Smriti is writing excellent session organized. It has been always the new knowledge and learning experience and advancing for becoming better researcher. Dr. Asim Kumar, thank you very much for organizing this wonderful FDP. Anyone who would like to say something on the screen? Because our guest of honor is joining soon, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal. He's about to join in 2-3 minutes. So if anybody wants to say something, please come ahead. Dr. Asim Kumar Mishra, you would like to say something? Should I give you the rights? Dr. Smriti, Dr. Shipra, although you have written, but few words if you can say. Dr. Yeah. Yes, Smriti, can we have you? Can you say a few words? Are you there, Dr. Smriti? Dr. Smriti, are you there? Okay, Dr. Paricha, can we share that video with all the participants?
Sure, ma'am.
Dr.
Just give me a moment.
But here a lot of disturbance. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Okay, Dr. Shipra. Okay, we would like to show you one small video. Thank you all for your kind words and your messages on the chat box. Thank you so much, dear participants. We would like to show the small video.
Is my screen visible on this?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so this video is about the secondary research. When we do a research, we usually use the primary materials and secondary materials. So this video is about the secondary research materials that we use during our research process. Just a moment.
You can expect to use many sources of information during the research process, but essentially your research will fall into one of two categories, primary and secondary. Let's take a look at secondary research at work. Secondary research involves consulting existing print and online sources. When you conduct secondary research, you work with materials that someone else, an expert in the field, a government agency, even a competitor has published, posted, or distributed. Secondary research requires that you consult sources that have already been available as opposed to interacting directly with people, places, and things via direct observation. Secondary research involves gathering documents and reading, summarizing, and incorporating them into your report. As part of your workplace research, you can expect to use one or more of the following types of libraries: corporate libraries, public and academic libraries, and e-libraries. Databases are among the most helpful resources for doing research. These online indexes allow you to search for and retrieve a wealth of magazine, journal, and newspaper articles, as well as reviews of books, films, art, music, and so on, categorized and classified by various categories. These databases can be located through a library's online catalog or through databases in a link in an e-library. In addition to finding articles in databases, reference works available in print or online are useful for workplace research. These include encyclopedias, dictionaries, almanacs, and atlases, as well as government documents, industry dictionaries, handbooks and manuals, and statistics. Statistical reference works are available in numerical data and give a wide range of business-related subjects like employment, housing, immigration, population, pollution, technology, and overseas markets, among others. When you begin your search, start by using a search engine. A search engine scans web pages to find keywords most relevant to your research. It then indexes the information it finds to create a frequently updated database of results. The search engine ranks the results of your search using a computer algorithm that takes into account the popularity of websites, their contents, where the keywords appear on the page, and other sites that help link to the page, presenting you with the most relevant matches for your keywords. To use search engines effectively, you need to know how to conduct a keyword search. As you've seen, when you enter a keyword into a search engine, it goes through its index websites and presents you with those that feature your keyword in the title, heading, mega tags, or text of the page. Follow these guidelines for successful keyword searches. Be specific. Modify your keywords. Use Boolean connectors. Use delineators, and use shortcuts. The criteria used to evaluate websites are similar to those you use to assess print documents. Just as not everything you read in print is accurate and unbiased, not everything on the internet will be correct, up-to-date, objective, and useful. Secondary research allows you to gather information to support recommendations and make decisions.
Thank you, Dr. Parijat, for the wonderful video. Professor Surinder Jaswal is joining with us. So she would be sharing her PPT. Dr. Abdul is saying, would it be possible to share the contact details of the resource persons of this FDP to enable us to utilize their services in our RM workshops and FDPs so that other researchers and faculty members benefit from their enormous wealth and knowledge and expertise? Definitely, I'm going to share each and everything after this program, right?
1 second, sorry.
So we have with us Professor Surinder Jaswal, who is sharing her PPT here. But before that, I think, Parijat, we must introduce Professor Surinder Jaswal, who is a guest of honor for today's valedictory session. She's a director of research from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Are you there, ma'am, Professor Jaswal?
1 sec, I'm just trying to get my... I think you should just share the screen, the presentation that you want to show us on the screen, because we are able to see your screen, which we should not be seeing. We are seeing your Google or whatever Explorer you're using. 1 second. No, that is one other one which I need to. Right. So you have to stop sharing and again reshare the screen that you want us to see. That's the presentation screen. 1 second. Are you okay now? Right.
Yes, we are okay now.
It's decided to
Dr. Parijat, yes.
Before you begin, please allow me to read your bio, ma'am.
Okay, I also want to correct the bio a little bit because when you introduced me as Director Research at TIS, I graduated just a short while ago, a month or two ago, but I continue to be with TIS and I'm doing, several things because it's very difficult to see the work you're doing or which you've done over 3 or more decades. So I'm still with TIS, but I'm mentoring and I'm a senior professor there and I do a whole lot of new things, including research, which is my passion. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
You can add that about you after I finish your bio so that you can kind of let our audience know that the recent progress.
Yeah.
Right. So let me introduce Professor Surinder Jaswal, who is the Deputy Director, Pro Vice Chancellor at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences and Professor in Center for Health and Mental Health, School of Social Science or Social Work at TIS. She is also the Dean of Research and Development and the Associate Editor of the Indian Journal of Social Work, an international indexed peer-reviewed journal in print since 1940. She has an MA in Social Work from TIS and a PhD from LSHTM London University. Her research interests include social work, education, health and development, disasters and health, women's health, public health policy, peace and conflict, and qualitative research methods in research. She has initiated and led several field action projects on urban health and development, violence against women, disasters and development, and enhancing governance. The Thane Health Project, Arohi Apte, Andaman and Nicobar Islands Project, and Prime Minister's Rural Development Fellows. She is a keen researcher and has the principal investigator of over 35 research studies. She has published widely on social work, education, public health, mental health and development, disasters, and psychosocial care and support. So what a bio, ma'am. May I now welcome Professor Surinder Jaiswal to address the audience.
Many thanks, Dr. Bhattacharjee. Thank you.
Professor Jaiswalji, a very warm welcome to you. We always look forward to listen to your deep knowledge and insight. You have excellent knowledge on research. So I think this is the right platform where each one of us should definitely listen to you. Thank you for accepting our invite. Thank you so much. A very, very warm welcome to you.
Many thanks, Sanjana. Dr. Vij, as I was listening whilst doing other things to the participants' feedback, I echo what they have to say because I've interacted with you on several programs and I have seen the meticulous manner in which you arm twist your speakers to come and you also see that your participants receive the best that you can kind of gather and put in front of them. Wonderful work ethic and my congratulations on that. I think the field of higher education requires more Sanjanas in order for us to grow.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words. Thank you so much.
At the outset, to say that I am all that Dr. Bhattacharjee said, well, that is work that I have done, but I feel that I rather look forward than look backward, though of course, histories do play a role in who we are and what we do. I've recently superannuated, but continue to teach and do research. And it's been so recent that I continue to actually hold all my responsibilities still because the transition is not done with the younger faculty colleagues who need to take over. So today I've been invited to share with you thoughts on innovative methods, skills, and eco-friendly technologies for quality and impactful research. I decided to make this very heavy topic a little more, one second, I because of the Mac that why isn't it moving? Yeah. So I decided to make it simpler by calling it innovative research and talk to you a little bit about that.
Ma'am, before you begin, I would request you to make the screen in a full screen mode.
I was trying to do that, but
there is a wine glass sort of thing right below the third icon.
The slideshow icon. Yeah.
Right.
Yes. This Mac is having many, many positive points, but once you start fiddling with it, then only you know how to play with it.
And I'm fiddling between an old model and a new model.
Yes, yes.
Its own little issues, but never mind, that's fine. I want to begin because all of us are teachers, we are faculty in different universities who are engaged in research directly, as well as in teaching and guiding research amongst our students. A little bit of reflection on this term research. I'm sure all of you as students and later as teachers and supervisors have heard many, many contestations about what is research, who is research for, what is good research, what is pure research, and so on and so forth. And over a period of time, across the many years of my being a student, later a researcher, teacher, and then a dean and someone who does an oversight on the program, designing and conceptualizing the research programs, we have looked at the different research paradigms that have emerged over a period of time. And we realize that they are in a way a reflection of the real world, which is what it should be. Because earlier, when we looked at research as pure research, research that was true to the discipline from which it emerged, or for which it created knowledge, anything that brought in the other from other disciplines or which adapted or tweaked was seen as not correct. But what we find in recent times is that pure research has gradually given way because of the pressures of the new world to research which is for a purpose, research for change, research which is meaningful. And of course, this has been driven by funders, this has been driven by resource crunches, this has been driven by the changes that have taken place in the larger world per se. And so we find that research is not a static concept. The term research is not a static concept. So all of you need to learn that if you are a researcher, or if you teach research or supervise research, it's very important that you are agile and light on your feet, that you are open to what is happening in the outside world, to reading, hearing, and not only continuing with what you or we learned when we were learning research, when we were students or scholars or early on teachers. Research requires a very, very agile mind and a very light body, which responds to complex realities of the world that we live in. Now, I think a moot example of this is what has happened in recent times. The several challenges that all of us have faced in the last 3 years, which are related to COVID-19, and earlier to that in my field of public health and mental health, where disasters and crises are more a norm than an exception. We find that every crisis actually provides opportunities. It provides an opportunity for reflection, for us to look at existing systems which are known, which are safe, which are secure, which are set, and in a way, many times, which are traditional. Not to say that tradition is a bad word. It is a good word. But if we get too set, then that kills creativity, it kills innovation, it kills response. And in the case of higher education, in recent times, what we have seen is that the NEP 2020 has also provided us an opportunity to address the newer challenges that are being thrown up with regard to changing the old frameworks of undergrad education, postgrad education, as well as the boundaries that exist between the different disciplines, particularly, say, between STEM subjects and the social sciences and the arts. We find that the introduction of research as a subject, as a program in undergrad, as well as the pressure to bring in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary perspectives through provision of courses from an early stage, as early as immediately after 12, is something that is proving to be a challenge, but which I perceive also to be an opportunity for research. So the focus on better rounded, well-rounded students, and not only students who are strong in a particular subject or discipline, by introducing students from an early age to, even if they're engineering or students of medicine or students of architecture, to other subjects in social sciences, design, pedagogy, communication, I think is something that we all need to look forward to, and which is going to be very, very exciting, particularly for the kind of programs that we are all engaged in. And the early entry to the PhD programs, that is immediately after a 4-year undergrad, students can now enter into the PhD program, with focus also being on engagement with the social context, the communities that they are part of, the local states, the communication skills in terms of teaching and research, being active in teaching by co-teaching or taking on over a period of time certain courses, provide multiple opportunities to deepen the perspective and the approach to learning and finally to research, which is the topic for today, and the innovation in research. All of us have also heard this term knowledge economy, where today we are talking about education being the new economy. And this also requires us, particularly as researchers, to question the type of knowledge which we have been producing and the manner and types of methods which we use to produce this knowledge. Are these peculiar to the disciplines from which we come? Are they set, like I said earlier, in particular ways of knowing and sharing? The modern global economy describes this knowledge economy as being marked by technological innovations, by globally competitive need for innovation and development of new products and processes in order to improve human life and solve problems, which is directly related to what we were saying, that if you look at the new paradigm of research, which talks about research, which is meaningful, which is purposeful, and which is related to people's real lives, then the modern global economy is also talking about knowledge economy in the same vein. The transition also from the post-industrial economy has required that rules and practices that existed till date or till very recently must be rewritten in order to meet the demands of a globalized and interconnected economy. I think all of us have experienced this and are familiar with this and have had our own, kind of pros and cons with regard to it. So when we talk about innovative research, which is the need of the hour, whether we talk about global economy, whether we talk about knowledge economy, or we talk about the changes, the very rapid changes and shifts that are coming in higher education or otherwise, we find that there is the need and importance of innovative research in this for research to remain relevant, to receive the kind of funding and support, as well as to for publishers to be keen to put out what you are researching and sharing with regard to meaningful and new knowledge, and for the recognition of your work in regard to your movement in your career as a faculty or as a researcher. Innovative research demands all of this. So this has led to emerging range of innovative methodologies in different disciplines, particularly the ones that engage with the context, such as social sciences, which is the discipline that I come from. Though I must share with you that I straddle the disciplines of pure sciences, applied social sciences, and medicine. So in a way, my introduction to all the three, which are the key disciplines that we all work with, has exposed me early on to different perspectives and different approaches. The emergence of multi-method research designs, those of you who have dabbled in this would realize, contributes to richer data and improved knowledge creation. Anyone who has used methods which are multi-method, where the research design is, where the scope of the research design is more expansive, would realize that the research as it emerges is much, much deeper and contributes much more meaningfully to knowledge building. So knowledge economy is linked to creativity, to innovation, in a big way to qualitative research, which has allowed exploration and which is not as fixed as some of our more objective research frames. And of course, the flavor of the month, which is mixed methods. That is mixing the different methods and not staying true to one, but moving based on the objectives of your research and the subject area of the work that you're doing. Now, innovative research, one of the key things which we in social sciences and people-centered work believe in is that people as partners is key to this. So it is very important for researchers to view the social world from the people's eye or what is called in anthropology as the emic view or the insider's view, for people to have a voice. Because ultimately, what is this research for? This research is for people. It is for society. It is for it to be useful, to be meaningful to all who live in society. Also, the power imbalances which prevent people from actively participating in the generation of knowledge and the production of knowledge. When you have people as partners in the research process, it brings this forth and also makes sure that what you produce is a long-term solution to the social problem that you are exploring or to the problems that you are researching. It is thus critical for us to use methodologies which are innovative and appropriate and relevant to generate social knowledge. And of course, to question the types of knowledge that result from research activities. Now, this last point, I wanted all of you, if possible, to reflect a little bit on it, because most times I find that the ethics of research or the ethical components of research fall only within the realms of the IEC, which is the Institutional Ethics Committee, or the IRB, Institutional Review Board. And we believe that it should be answered or responded to with regard to our research only in terms of an informed consent form and maybe a confidentiality statement. We do not really reflect on ethics from the stage of conception with the people for whom or with whom or from whom we are doing research as partners, in order to understand what are the ethical dilemmas, what are the ethical components that we need to weave in from stage one, and how do we keep the ethical component in view throughout. I think innovative research demands that the ethics of research should be even more at the forefront than otherwise. So, as I said a little earlier, qualitative research lends itself to innovative research. In fact, qual research and the interest with which both population sciences, medicine, people from statistics, people from other frames have also adopted it, has been normally when they are exploring and wanting to innovate and go beyond the frames which existed. So qual research aims to understand people's lived experiences and to examine how people construct meaning in their lives by studying them in their natural context. It describes diverse respondents' experiences and specifically amplifies their voices. And amongst this, something that Robert Chambers over 4 to 5 decades ago brought in, that is the participatory methodologies, which used to be called PRA, and today we also talk about as PLA, is something which has been heavily adopted in mixed methods and of course in qual research. More recently, action research, which fell much more only within the realm of the applied social sciences, has been a frame of research which has lent itself to both responding to people's real needs, to helping innovations build inductively from the ground, as well as aid and assist longitudinal research. So action research is something that I'm going to reflect on briefly, because I think this is the need of the hour, and particularly in innovative research, which is the topic for the day. I am borrowing here heavily, in fact, introducing you to a younger colleague who has worked with me for the last 15 years in a center which we call the Center for Livelihoods and Social Innovations. The center was initiated in order to explore and understand how do we respond to people's needs through innovative ways of engaging with them, and of course, innovative research and action. This particular model, which you can see on the screen, called the Adaptive Innovation Model, is from a book which has recently been published, and the last page will give you the reference, by this colleague called Sunil Santha, Dr. Sunil Santha, who is working currently on a topic which all of us are concerned about, particularly post-COVID, and what is happening in the metros in our country, Delhi, Mumbai, etc., which is the pollution and the climate change, which is visible through the changing weather conditions and all else that we are facing on a day-to-day basis. He has brought out this particular volume, which is essentially describing in detail the adaptive innovation model, which looks at these 6 phases of adaptive innovation, from situational analysis, analyzing the situation, to micro mobilization, which is working with people who are directly affected at the local level, to dialogic ideation, that is engaging with the groups that come forth in order to contribute and be partners in the research, to framing of the action in terms of what needs to be done, to piloting of the model that emerges from the local level with regard to the focus of the research. Finally, to emergence, which is the adaptation, not adaptation in terms of the new emergence of a way of thinking and being, and not merely adopting in part from a frame which has been conducted elsewhere, whether it is in the global north or in another part of the country, but inductively building from the ground up by keeping the realities of a particular situation, understanding them, from the local, engaging actively, framing the action, testing it out, and finally initiating the model. As you can see in the figure, one of the key aspects of this particular model is the reflection, which takes place at each stage. So the iterative process of collecting data, reflecting, engaging, shifting to the next stage by involving all that has been learned in the previous stage to grow and move to the new model is the key to the framing of the model. The other thing which you can see in the center, which I'll come to here, is the values which guide the ethical adaptation of those 6 phases in order to develop the adaptation model. Now, what I would like you to concentrate, you can do the detailed reading later if you're interested, but the 3 key things which we need to keep in mind is the intersectionality, given the diversity of the population, particularly in Southeast Asia and in India, being conscious of the caste, class, gender, information divides that exist. We cannot really have a homogeneous response to the work that we do. So being conscious of the intersectionality, being conscious of intergenerationality, which is the different age groups and their differential requirements and understandings. And of course, here in this case, the interspecies, because we're talking about climate change and the kind of impact that takes place, not only on humans, but on other species and vice versa. Sunil has talked, or Dr. Santha has talked about justice, care, and solidarity as the inner rings, which you can see in this Venn diagram. With regard to climate change, where vulnerable and marginalized populations who do not have a voice need to be brought in, we need to have collective solutions, solidarity for all to be on board, and of course care, which talks about compassion, empathy, understanding, and not only what at times in research where we talk about objectivity and generalizability, which is important in the last stage and to be built in, but not when it comes to hearing people's voices and the communities that we're talking about. These are the 6 phases in detail. This I wanted to briefly for you to look at this, that each of these 6 phases, from situational analysis to micromobilization, dialogic ideation to action framing, piloting, and the emergence of the new innovative model, there are a range of methods and techniques. And if you look at them, you will realize that these cut across different disciplines. And this is what I wanted to kind of bring forth, that today we are not talking only about survey tools, we're not talking only about interviews, we're talking about, right from face-to-face interfaces such as key informant interviews, conversational interviews, in-depth interviews, cognitive interviews, or other methods such as oral histories, which are enriching sources for historical insights and local knowledge, to participatory methods such as PLA techniques and so on. At each phase of the research, you find there is a range of methods and techniques which borrow, which lend, or which take based on the suitability from different disciplines in order to enrich the data collection methods as well as the iterative and reflection methods, so that innovation can truly take place. And this also speaks for collaborations of faculty, of researchers from across disciplines to come together in order to address the real world problems which we are all seeking to respond to. Because frankly, when you position yourself within one particular discipline and conceptualize and respond to the research question, you are limited by the discipline in which you're trained and the knowledge and perspective, that has developed over a period of time. I have found that interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary teams with which I have worked in fields of HIV/AIDS, mental health, public health, have been truly transforming for me as a researcher, as well as I would like to say, for the members of the team whom I have worked with. This is only to share with you, this is from the same book. This is the analysis frame which was used and which again, before the emergence of the adaptive model, and which highlights reflection, which highlights collaboration, which looks at experiences of all who are involved, which not only does the action that is required, but also reflection on action, in action, and for action. I would urge that those of you who are interested in doing work in climate change or related areas and would like to use some of these new age methodologies and techniques, read the book, or at least there's an e-copy also of the book, which is open source, so you can always take a look at it. I wanted to share at least one reference with you today, because merely coming and sharing my so-called wisdom, I think, is a very short-sighted way of engaging with colleagues in the field. I would like to end by talking a little bit about the last sentence which I put with regard to in conclusion, that innovation is the need of the hour. Yes, innovation is needed for us to be able to respond to the range of new crises, challenges that we continue to face and which we are going to continue to face, I think, for quite some time, maybe for all times to come. But innovation is not always a good word. It has challenges, it has responsibilities. When you work with others in collaborative teams across disciplines, and when you come out of this particular box called the expert box, and you step out into new arenas, you face new challenges, yes, but it also brings forth new responsibilities which we must be conscious of. And these responsibilities are to the willingness to be open to new learnings, the willingness to listen, hear, and not merely collaborate on paper, but to hear, put our hands out, and work with others in ways which are truly collaborative, and to let go of earlier learnings which we thought were the best and the only ways to move forward. This is not easy. It is not at all easy. You know, if I have worked for 20 years, say in public health, when I'm asked for my advice on something related to public health, I would think that what I'm saying is gospel truth. And when I use it in order to frame research arenas or domains of study, I would still think within those theoretical frames. But as we have seen in research, whilst the big canons, the theories remain behind us to support us, movement, learning, and being purposeful in the real world comes from learning, understanding through not just micro studies, but through developing new inductive responses to the diversity that exists across geographies, across people, and across the different ways in which different people are impacted. A lot to say. I just wanted to do what I tell my students in class, that if you are comfortable in research, there's something wrong with you. Because research can be your passion, but it is not an area which is going to make you feel comfortable. If you are not disturbed, if you are not questioning, you're dead as a researcher. So if you want to be an innovative researcher, if you want to even be a researcher, and more so if you want to wear the second cap, which is to be innovative in the research that you undertake, which you should be in order to be meaningful and relevant, then you need to be disturbed all the time, which means you need to be learning, moving, dynamic, and responding, hearing and engaging with all others. And yes, my last this year again, doing ethical practice in research. I think we've ignored it for a long period of time. It's time for us to recognize, understand, and learn about the ethics of research as we innovate and make it more meaningful. Thank you very much for your patient listening. This was like a monologue, I'm sorry, and which is why I made the PPT quickly. It was a bad PPT. I just put in words and, as I was listening earlier, my thoughts so that I could keep this.
Not at all, Professor Jaswal. It was an
Thank you. Thank you so much indeed, Professor Jaswal. We are truly delighted to have you here, and we thank you for your highly precious time. Your counsel and advice that research as well as innovation both require hard work, and they need to be pursued with passion so that we are able to achieve our targets and goals for the larger collective good of the society, not just for the career per se. With your advice, I'm sure will stand in good deed to all those who are participating in this very important faculty development program. I wish to thank you for your kindness, for accepting our invitation to address the valid. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sharma, for your words of wisdom. And thank you, Professor Jaswal, for enlightening us. And your two punchlines that innovative research requires relaxed body and mind, then only you can really jump into research. And the last punchline is that innovation, not always a good word. It has always challenges and responsibilities. Thank you so much, Professor Jaswal, for giving us your valuable time on this particular topic. Thank you so much for accepting our invite. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Dear participants, we have our next guest of honor, Professor Dhananjay Joshi with us, who is Honorable Vice Chancellor, Delhi Teachers University. I hope Dr. Joshi, Professor Joshi, are you there? Professor Joshi, can you hear us? Professor Joshi? Yes, Professor Joshi has connected. Can we see you, Professor Joshi?
Yes, ma'am. Allow me to have my video on because host has stopped my video and muted me. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
We can see you very much.
Very
Dr.
much for giving me this opportunity to face the audience and the host. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Professor Joshi, we are truly delighted to have you here. And we are so delighted that you are sparing your highly valuable time heading the National Teachers University at a time when we are paying greatest attention to the education, including higher education as a major game changer. Your valuable counsel and advice to our participants for this faculty development program would go a long way in inspiring all of us.
Thank you very much, sir, for the words of wisdom and giving me this honor to be part of Amity family. I pay my regards to our mentor, Professor P.B. Sharma ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, before
Please
you
go
start
ahead.
your session, if you would please allow me to read your bio.
Just a minute, Dr. Parijat. Yeah, please go ahead, Dr. Parijat.
Professor Dhananjay Joshi is the founder, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Delhi Teachers University, which is established in January 2022 by the government of NCT of Delhi. Formerly, he was the Dean and Professor of Education at GGS Indraprastha University, New Delhi, wherein he was also among the founding faculty members of the School of Education. He has been felicitated by many literary and cultural organizations, which includes the prestigious S. Radhakrishnan Memorial Award in 2008 in the field of education, and the Best Speaker Award at the 26th Youth Parliament competition organized by the Government of India in 1991. Professor Joshi has also received the Bharat Ratna APJ Abdul Kalam National Youth Icon Award in 2018, the Dwarka Srijan Shri Award in 2018, the Abhimanch Sahitya Puruskar, and the Sanskrit and Hindi Academy Award by the Government of Delhi, amongst others. So may I now welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of DTU, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, to address the audience.
Thank you very much.
Sir Dhananjay Joshi ji, a very
Namaskar.
welcome to you. Namaskar, Professor
Dr.
Joshi.
Sanjana.
Yeah,
Thank you very
so
much, Parijat Bhattacharya for giving me this honor and introducing. I am feeling like in a family only. I started my brief career from MIT, which I was shared to Professor P.B. Sharma way back in 1999, when the MIT School of Education has been started under the aegis of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. Then later I joined the university as associate professor, and we have the founders of education department, and that was the time in 2008, I believe that digitalization and all the processes were in sync. So I do remember in that time, Professor P.B. Sharma, he must be not knowing me, but he's a great patron. And the way he shaped the DTU, Delhi Technological University. And in a program recently, when I met Professor Sharma, I just gave my reference that of some time before. And he was so overwhelmingly just not only given me his blessings, and also he said that you will be in one of our sessions. And I think it is a UK sponsored program 2 months back when we met in a dinner. And that time only I was in a, kind of a situation that, sir, when you are saying there is no question of saying no, it would be my honor to be the part of the family again. And I may pay my regards to the organizers of the FDP, especially the patron, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan Sahab, and the whole MIT family for giving me this opportunity to be the part of this valedictory ceremony of this faculty development program, which is very direly needed on a topic on innovative methods. The word innovative method has been, I have just listening the talk of my predecessor. She has so beautifully narrated how innovation could be a kind of a mechanism, and innovation not everyone's cup of tea. Innovation comes by practice, and practice, like in our Vedas said, charaveti nirantara. It is a long kind of a journey. Innovation cannot come in one day. A country like India, which has been done innovation from 5,000 years, if you see the Charak Samhita to Sushruta Samhita to You see that in aviation and all kind of our forefathers have traveled so long. And the Vedas, which has been said, Ano Bhadra Kratu Yantu Vishwataha, these are the first, dictum of our an intellectual capital to the whole world, which means that let the noble thought come from all sides. So we believe in this dictum of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, and now India got the presidency of G20, and the whole world is witnessing again that India will be a Vishwa Guru, and we hope that under the patronship of the great leaders and great professors, because if you do not, if you want to develop, and you want to really be a developed nation and remove the tag of developing, the first and very foremost way is that how we go for the innovation, how our teaching would be more innovative, how our country would be more and more progressive in terms of ESD, innovation, and as well as education, as well as ecology is the great mantra, which have to be very much cater that if without having balance with our ecology, we could not be a developed nation at all. And in the last 75 years, my dear friends, we are saying that hum honge kamyab ek din, but we have to now give the answer that the deadline is there. And as our former President Vision 2020 mentioned, APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab, that India would be a developed nation and the sole responsibility of a development lies in its teachers. That's why the 86-page policy which came out on 27th July 2020 has candidly said, and our Prime Minister was also very candidly 7th August 2020 endorsed the new education policy, and all state governments and all our other stakeholders are working day and night for cherishing this dream of to be a developed nation. And once I'll go in a detail about innovation, my dear friends, I'd like to say, and you must be knowing, for a developed nation, 5 parameters are very important. The 3 R's mandatory, which you know that, food, clothes, and shelter. But the 4th has been very important, that is health. The corona has already taught us, and we have witnessed that how in a health sector we have to work very hard. But because of our health sector, India has been given to vaccines to the all other developed nations even then. And we were so much proud in our indigenous vaccine makers, that India has not only imported but exported in a large quantity. Covivax and other medicines are boon for the whole world. So these indigenous researchers and indigenous scientists working so hard. So we would be a developed nation giving these 5 fundamental need and basic facilities to each and every one. Health is on 4th priority, and the last in the ladder is education. No nation can rise above the level of its teachers. It has been said by National Education Policy. And before this, 1964-66 National Education Commission came under the chairmanship of a physicist and a UGC chairman, Professor D.S. Kothari. And that commission has remarkably said that destiny of a nation lies in its classroom. These are a rhetoric meaning that a destiny of a nation in its classroom. If we want to really shape the nation, we have to take care of our students and our children. Those are in front of us. So for that, we need to cater the 3 mantra, which has been given by Kothari Commission: universal enrollment and access. For that, we need a state-of-art infrastructure. And we believe that after 75 years, now we have a good universities, we have a good infrastructure, and we have been provided in GER ratio that higher education is promoting very well. And India is becoming a hub for knowledge economy. And universal second mantra has been proposed by Kothari Commission is not only universal access. The second one is important, is universal retention. We have seen that students are coming but not retaining. Especially I am talking about the rural India, where the teachers are teaching but the retention is very less, and truancy and dropout problem, wastage and stagnation, which is the problem earmarked in 1929 by Hartog Committee. Pre-independence is still the wastage and stagnation is the biggest problem of our education. Students are coming, but the dropout is very, very important. And you see the ASAR report 2022, recently published in Times of India. They have shown that due to this whole pandemic, the learning loss, the minimum loss of a minimum level of learning has been declined. Our students are not able to retain because of this pandemic. The situation was very worse and emotional deficit and all kind of deficit in terms of physical, mental and emotional lag was visible. And this report said that the mathematics education and science education has witnessed a drastical kind of a situation, because in online mode you can teach, but what student is retaining, it is very important. Students are not able to retain the concepts by online methods. Such subjects like pure physics, pure astronomics, pure mathematics needs lots of practice, and our teachers done wonderful job during Corona times. But the situation is that when we teach physical mode, that is more fruitful, because one psychologist said the teacher teaches only 20% content. 80% he teaches by his body language, he teaches by his murmurs, he teaches by his gestures, and that connect is missing. If you do not want to connect with your student, you are not asking questions, you are not raising curiosity, you are not touching their heart and soul, your whole teaching will be just an eyewash. And maybe we in that way virtually we are doing our job, but the actual way is that face-to-face mode only, when teacher basically covers all the doubts, teacher asks the question, touch the heart of the student. Rabindranath Tagore has teaches under the banyan tree. Even he produced so many Nobel laureates. He got Nobel Prize in 1913 itself in Gitanjali. But the question is that how we are becoming a developed nation without having good teachers, without having good infrastructure. So this is one of the question of research, that after 75 of years of education, we do not provide it universal access. Even the 6.5 billion children are underprivileged. They are working in the small, bonded laborers. They are working with Shiv Kashi Atishbaji or Mirzapur factories. They are working in a very kind of a miserable situation. I have read Dushyant is a great poet. He said कि फुटपाथ पर पड़ा था वो भूख से मरा था, कपड़ा उठा के देखो तो पेट पर लिखा था, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। तो जहां 6.5 करोड़ बाल मजदूर आज देश में हैं, जहां आज भी जो है बच्चों की स्थिति मिर्जापुर के कारखानों से लेकर के शिव काशी के आतिशबाजी तक में बच्चे अपना जीवन होम कर रहे हैं, ऐसे में विश्व गुरु कैसे बनेंगे? So the answer has been very pertaining, and for that, for a researcher, I would like to give a thought that the Kothari Commission has given the last very beautiful answer: the universal quality education. Universal quality education is a mantra. If you want to conquer the world, because whole world is witnessing. When President Obama came in India with his wife Michelle in 2015, and he wrote a very beautiful, quote that only threat is coming from India and China to America. And he's made a very, kind of a very lighter note, but it's a great implication from a president's. President is saying of a great republic. He said India, because India is always, always considered the hub of knowledge economy. A country which has given Chanakya, a country which has given Takshila, Nalanda, Vikramshila, a country having a great scholars like Panini to Patanjali. And now you can see after 75 years, it's a question, and it's a question not, it's my kind of a, I'm raising a question also, that are not only one of, in even 100 universities, we do not have any universities. When we have a country like produce so many scholars, and we do not touch 100 universities target, even we do not have IIM Bangalore is after 100. So this is a big question, that why do not we have them? Even the China's 11 universities are ahead than us, where Hinsang, Faiyan and so many travelers came in India in medieval time, when we have Buddhism traveled from India to other countries, and the whole dynasty of Ashoka to all, you can see that the India is the origin of a great religions. And our historically, if you trace the journey and you see the genesis, the whole depositories and whole Renaissance came in India. And India was given the whole world the concept of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramayar, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyanti Ma Kashchit Bhag Bhavet. India was the first country who gave the decimal to 0. And you see the situation that are nowadays, which our late President of India, Sarpalli Radhakrishnan said, and I'll not take much of time, because I know that there are so many scholars are also there to express their views. And he has written his book Indian Philosophy, and it's a beautiful quote I'm quoting here. to to Director Sarpalli Radhakrishnan, who was the teacher by heart and became the Vice Chancellor of Madras University. He became the chairman of UGC. Then he became the ambassador of Russia. When he became the ambassador of Russia, even the Stalin came to meet him, because his work which he has done in Indian philosophy is still marvelous. His book he has written in Indian philosophy is wonderful book. And he said in his book that, and you can compare what is still relevant. It is a classic which he has written. He said the country which talks about wisdom came to knowledge, and the country which talks about knowledge is to merely now coming to data collection and just information-based country. He just has given this idea, and we are just, you see that we have a country which talks about wisdom, where we are talking about dialogue, where we have Chanakya and we have Shastrarth from Shankaracharya system, and we have Panchkoshi Vidya, and we had kind of a Mandan Mishra and Shankaracharya kind of a discourses. And now we are giving a degree to everyone, and we do not have quality education. So this is the very important question which he has raised. A way back, he said, the country is talking about wisdom. We are not talking about wisdom. We are not even, there is a downfall knowledge. To now we are came up to only information, and from information to we are just busy with data collection. So that's why this new education policy has renamed Ministry of Human Resource Development, because human is not a resource, to again we renamed to Ministry of Education. So this is very important parameter which has been given by National Commission on Education, that universal access, retention, and quality education should be a very important area, because we are not providing quality education to our children in spite of growth, and still the 6% of GDP has not been given to education. And if you see the prosperous nation or a developed nation, they're 20 to 30 and 40% they have invested on education. Delhi government has the first time given 25% to education sector. So we were hoping that this budget also we must get 6% of GDP. This is a very important way, that if you do not nurture education, if you do not give something to the destiny makers, how could be this country will be a developed nation in next 20-30 years? So my dear friends, my task is that for giving in this valedictory citation, or there is a 6A of quality research, which has been given by ASAR report also, which is recently published. And these quality parameters are very important for any nation, which says that benchmark for any developed nation for a research is basically a backbone. If we do not promote the fundamental researches, if we only promote only make money making kind of a professions, we will come up with such kind of areas. If you not give boost up to the fundamental research, we will be way back. Hargobind Khurana Sahab, and even that Amrit Singh, even the V.S. Naipaul, they all went to abroad, and they've been polished by their research institution, and they won Nobel. It means the potential is still with our existing faculty members, subject to providing them an opportunity. And that way we need a kind of a benchmark, and that way the first element for any progressive nation is that we must give a proper kind of environment, and for that assessment is important. For that we need to assess ourselves, where we are lacking, where we have to go. So the first benchmark is that quantitative and parameter is follow up, and that way assessment is important, and every teacher must assess. Somebody has said, kitabe risale na akhbar padhiye, magar har raat dil ko ek baar padhiye. So we need to assess ourselves, where we are, why we are, what kind of teachers are working, whether we are, how much time we are devoting in libraries, what we are doing for our children, whether we are quoting from the authentic sources or we are quoting from the secondary sources. So how much time our students are devoting, how much our faculty is devoting for their soul searching. So assessment is one of the very important element of any research. Then autonomy is the second, which has been told by this SS report. We said that teachers should be given an autonomy. Unless and until you will not give the autonomy to the teachers, and if they will not give that time of autonomy, if they will be overburdened with curriculum, they will be overburdened with the syllabus completing, no new research they can do it. So there could be importance in any university to give autonomy in terms of selecting their subject, in terms of selecting their research tools, in terms of selecting their research problem, in terms of if you feel that if you want to trace the other partners across Australia, Canada, Finland, Japan, Korea, all these OECD countries, the 5 OECD countries, which are having both an average student performance science, if you see that they are basically working for giving autonomy to the teachers. Teachers are deciding factors, what I want to teach to my student, and there should not be kind of a censorship unless and until it is something a very serious kind of a information, or otherwise in education we must provide the potential, we must provide kind of a autonomy to our teachers. But in our system, teachers are considered like health workers. They are equally treated like any worker, but in profession of teaching you are more than a service class. You are basically working for making your society, uplifting your nation. So this kind of assessment after assessment autonomy is important. And my dear friends, third parameter for a research or for a education, I believe that innovation is accountability. It is very important. You have opened the universities, you are in government sector. It's a drastic situation in India, that a vast type of India where private sector is working so hard in shaping the research, and teachers are taking day and night classes, and they are working very hard. And secondly, in a other universities run by government, which has been witnessed that sometime you see that accountability is less, and it has been researched by some of my scholars also that accountability must be there. And UGC is mandatorily came with this PAR, performance appraisal report, that every teacher must be accountable, at least accountable for the student, because accountability is closely related with increasing of academic achievement. So a teacher or any worker must be accountable. A school principal to teacher in a school, they must be responsible for all the activities. There must be minimum protocol for every teacher. They must be followed. If I am saying about, I am candidly saying that I have been so many vice chancellors, even Professor Upendra Bakshi in Delhi University, he used to teach 2 hours before taking a class in law faculty. Professor V.R. Mehta, he used to teach us political science and international relations in Delhi University before going to his office. So it would be better that the vice chancellor should come and teach. When our late president was teaching and died in front of Shillong, he was taking management students class. So why not we are teaching in our class? This is very important. We know that administrative burden is there, but the best vice chancellor, the best professor is always teach. In Bulgaria, the president of India is a teacher, and he used to take class before going to his job. So maybe I'm citing some of the examples, but autonomy and your dedication is very, very important, and accountability is very, very important element for any research. And after that, not only this, there must be a culture. A culture is basically it's a way of life. What type of culture you are developing in your institution, it is depending on the hierarchy or higher authorities, because whatever you are planning, it must be not only preaching, it should also be practiced. So there is a saying, Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. So we have to work for making our institutions. So for that we should not only preach, but practice from our heart. So these are the important areas which has been prescribed by the 6 A's of our ASA report. And the whole paradigm after this policy has been shifting to education, and that education of teachers has been given priority by new education policy. And for that, government is coming with new plan of action, with coming up with the new courses like ITEP program in education, integrated teacher education program, and the focus on teachers training. Because in teaching is still, you may be agree with me or may not be, in our country, teaching is still considered the last choice. Even the teachers are not coming willingly into this profession. Unlike in developed countries where teachers are coming by choice, in our country, people are coming in this profession, which they have explored another profession. If they do not get that particular profession, they became teacher. So this is a very miserable and ironical situation in our country. If we'll produce accidental teachers, if we produce teachers not by choice, because it's this profession, you have to be passionate. You must be enthusiastic. If this is not your first love, so you cannot give your output. So it would be better if you want to create this culture. So the best passionate teacher must be protected. And I'm reading a quote, I'm reading in front of Honorable P.B. Sharma ji, that has been given one of my friend. He said, it's a very beautiful tweet he has done. The best of Americans are working for America. The best of Chinese working for China. The best of Koreans working for Korea, but the best of Indians working for others. So this is the kind of a situation. The brain drain is so high that we are not able to retain best mind in India, or this whole new education policy said we have to brain drain to brain gain. We have to retain them. If our all good minds will go out, who will be retained here? If APJ Abdul Kalam has decided he can be very much settled in NASA, but he decided to be here and he is the missile man of India. So my dear friends, our young brains should be retained, and for this we have to cultivate an environment. We make an ambience so that our faculty, our students should feel that they have to work for their motherland. And one of the very important thing which APJ Abdul Kalam mentioned in Vision 2020, that before and after independence, what we do not have. Before independence, we do not have AIMS, we do not have IITs, we do not have IIMs, but what we had corrected-oriented teachers, we have corrected-oriented leaders, and we are lacking as a nation corrected-oriented teachers and corrected-oriented leaders. That's why moral and character-oriented education is very, very important. And for that, we have to work and strive very hard. So maybe I'll not take much time, because already has been given me 20 to 30 minutes. So if you want to develop kind of a research environment, we have to focus on quality education, then only the retention, and then only we can be a Vishwaguru in coming times. Thank you very much, Amity family, for inviting me on giving this opportunity. Thank you. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Professor Joshi, truly grateful to you for the frank and fair and straight advice that you have offered to all of us. You are absolutely right that the destiny of a nation is charted and decided in the classrooms of universities and institutions. And if we as teachers do our very best to nurture the vital element of knowledge along with values and character, surely the destiny of the nation is assured. The task before us today is to make education a real game changer. And you are absolutely right that those sitting in authority, even on the higher positions or pedestals in hierarchy, need to connect themselves to the students, even take the classes, go to the classroom. When I was a student, I was taught by the most senior, most faculty members, even in the first year, because they knew that it is their responsibility to nurture us right from the day when we enter the institution, rather than taking a few classes of the final year. We need to change now all this actually in our universities, so that senior faculty members, they get connected to the student community. And you are absolutely right that we as teachers, while we enjoy the freedom and autonomy, we need to be accountable, and we need to be truly dedicated. I would even say unconditionally committed, having accepted the task of this noble profession of teaching. Here, no conditions are attached, whether I get promotion or not, whether I get increments or not, whether I get appreciation letter or not. I would still do my very best, because the opportunity to build the nation rests on my shoulder. It is with that kind of fervor and commitment and attitude, I'm sure, the noble profession of teaching is to be revitalized, rather radically reformed in a country like ours. And I have full faith with people like you being there as the Vice Chancellor of the Teachers University, and my own colleagues who have joined us in this, including my Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, whom I see on the screen here in the window, and Dr. Jaswal, who recently spoke. And in the 5-day program, in fact, very many high-profile vice chancellors and learned members of the faculty shared their highly valuable thoughts with our participants. I'm sure in this program, we have done our very best to put together a galaxy of experts, so that we can not only inspire but ignite the minds of the teachers attending this faculty development program. Thank you, Dr. Sanjana. आपने तो कमाल कर दिया, इतने अच्छे लोगों को आपने इस प्रोग्राम में जोड़ा, आमतौर पे फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम इतने अच्छे नहीं होते. मैंने तो सारे लेक्चर करीब करीब अटेंड करे, and I was surprised that even the younger ones whom we have selected to address in this faculty development program, all of them came with highly valuable thoughts and highly valuable experiences which they shared with our participants. I'm truly delighted to have you, Professor Joshi, and thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for the time you have spent and the advice you have given to all of us. We have very high respect for you and for the mission which you have in your university and also in the nation today to build a new India of our dream. And we are deeply committed in Amity University system as a whole. Here in Amity University, Haryana, our firm resolve is that every single individual who joins as a teaching faculty, let him rise above his own personal interest and devote himself with the utmost devotion and unconditional commitment to the cause of a student community, because no one other than us would be able to assure the future which we need to create for ourselves and for the coming generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the honor again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.V. Sharma, for your words of wisdom. And thank you so much, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Delhi Teachers University, for your inspiring words and highlighting the quote of National Education Commission 1964-65, that the destiny of the nation is in the hand, in the classroom. And also you have very beautifully highlighted that face-to-face teaching always helps to connect more with the students, because 80% of the teachers, 20% of the teachers teach the content, and 20% of that teacher teaches with their love, with their gesture, and with their care to the student. Thank you so much for we are so grateful to have you today, Professor Joshi ji. Thank you so much for accepting our invite. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
जोशी साहब एक छोटा सा निवेदन भी है.
Sir, please.
अपने एड्रेस में बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया बातें कही, हमारे सर्वपल्ली राधाकृष्णन साहब की और डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम साहब की, और जो लर्नेड हमारे लुमिनरी हुए एजुकेशन में, डॉक्टर कोठारी एंड अदर्स. I would suggest that some bullet points about what you think should be communicated straight to the minds and hearts of everyone in teaching profession, that may kindly be communicated. But Dr. Sanjana, you can also in fact get it, because we have recorded the address of Dr. Dhananjay, Professor Dhananjay Joshi sir. So we should be able to circulate this in clear and bold letters to all our participants. It's very important for us today to realize that we are part of a noble profession. We are not ordinary servants. We are not. In fact, मैं जब वाइस चांसलर था, किसी ने कहा कि आप गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट हैं. मैंने कहा मुझे सर्वेंट मत कहो, मैं प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया तक की डिग्री पर दस्तखत करने की अहमियत रखता हूँ. तो वाइस चांसलर की जो चेयर है या जो प्रिविलेज है टीचर का, वो इतना हाई है. आई टेल यू दैट इज वाई हमारे शास्त्रों में तो कहा गया गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वरा. ये कोई छोटा मोटा प्रिविलेज नहीं है. राजा महाराजे अपनी कुर्सी से उतर करके गुरु महाराज के चरण स्पर्श करते थे, क्योंकि वो समझते थे कि इनके माध्यम से हमें ईश्वर की प्राप्ति हुई है, और आज हम इस कुर्सी पे बैठे हैं तो उसका बहुत बड़ा श्रेय हमारे उन टीचर्स को, गुरु वर्ग को है. ऐसे महान प्रोफेशन के हिस्सा होने के नाते हमारा फर्ज बन जाता है कि हम अपनी बेस्ट पॉसिबल लाइफ का जो टाइम है वो इस पुण्य कार्य में लगाएं. और इसलिए ये हमने एफडीपी का प्रोग्राम रखा और इतने बड़े बड़े लोगों को बुलाया, और उन्होंने बड़े अच्छे दिल से हम अपनी बातें कही. वी आर थैंकफुल टू यू प्रोफेसर जोशी, एंड वी आर आल्सो थैंकफुल टू यू डॉक्टर संजीव बंसल जी प्लीज, एंड डॉक्टर जायसवाल in this valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, we have with us our next resource person, esteemed dignitary, Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, who is Dean, Faculty of Management Studies, Director and Head, Amity Business School, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Sanjeev Bansal ji.
मैं सिर्फ इतना कह दूं, संजीव बंसल जी लगते तो यंग हैं, लेकिन ये हमसे भी ज्यादा मैच्योर्ड हैं और हमसे भी ज्यादा कमिटेड हैं अपने काम में. मैंने इनको बहुत नजदीक से AUP में देखा है. इनकी टीम भी इतनी अच्छी है, सही मायने में बहुत ही डिवोशन के साथ काम करते हैं. और संजीव जी, वी आर सो हैप्पी एंड डिलाइटेड टू हैव यू at the valedictory function. We look towards you for your counsel and advice to our young participants from very many universities from around the country, and I'm very happy to say whole of India is represented in the participant that we have for this 5-day program. We look towards you with great interest to learn from you what can be done right now to make education a real game changer for building the new India poetry.
थैंक यू सो वेरी मच सर, आपके प्रेम और स्नेह के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आप एमईटी के जो कुछ रोल मॉडल्स हैं उनमें से एक हैं, और आपके नाम के साथ जुड़ना भी एक सौभाग्य की बात है। आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल एंड आई फुली एंडोर्स योर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू रिगार्डिंग this FDP also, sir. FDP, I have attended many, I have organized many, but the kind of intellectual capital Dr. Sanjana could manage to bring here, I mean, it's amazing. And one more thing which I would like to confess before you is that, like, her persuasiveness and her follow-up, which is the most required thing for a researcher also, it is definitely the reason for all these people who are here to to be here. And I really wanted to I could see you there in AUR also. I was also there. I got a last minute information from founder president to attend that Amity University Rajasthan's function also, but still I was just wondering that I should not be delayed for this particular event. Thank you so very much, Dr. Sanjana. I really mean it. Thank you so much.
Can we read your brief profile if you permit us?
Though I don't have any such profile, but
we have taken. So just give us 2 minutes.
Sir. Yes. We have it in our database. So Dr. Sanjeev Bansal is the Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Director of Amity Business School, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. He's an acclaimed career span of about 33 years in teaching, research, and consultancy. He has been invited to be a part of several prestigious academic and professional bodies. He's an avid researcher and has more than 225 research papers in various prestigious journals to his credit. He has also authored 54 books, which has been exceptionally well reviewed. He is on board of many national and international journals. He has been awarded Lifetime Achievement Award by GBIT and SIBF. He has also won Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Lifetime Achievement National Award and Rashtriya Ratan National Award by IRDP. He is also awarded as Best Outstanding Academic Leader National Award 2020 from KIER Excellence in Academics Award by ESN in 2021 and Best Achievement Award by INSO in 2022. Apart from his areas of specialization in decision sciences, he also likes to explore and research the vistas of spirituality, management, and quality of work life. As a team leader who leads by example, he is respected for his humble demeanor and visionary administrative skills. So may I now call upon Dr. Sanjeev Bansal to please say a few words.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parijat. I just pray to Almighty to make me worthy of all the good things which you have said about me. Honorable Dr. P.B. Sharma ji, I really mean it. He is a role model, and the moment you meet him, you listen to him, you see him, you definitely get energized. Professor Devra, Professor Sanjana Vij, Dr. Parijat, all the esteemed colleagues, researchers who are present over here. I always believe I'm an unconditional believer, and I always believe what comes around that goes around, and vice versa. So I was the first speaker to be here, and just because of my karmic deeds, I have become the last. But I will not take now much of the time because my predecessors have actually given so much to ponder upon. I will be just keeping my address very simple and very short and crisp also. I always believe valedictories are actually to sum up. Valedictories are basically to sum up the things which we have done. And when I received this invite, Professor Sanjana was so persuasive, like, every other day she sent me a reminder also. She sent me every information regarding this program. And when I saw the program schedule, I'm not saying anything to please anybody, but I really mean it. It has actually covered everything. Now, as a researcher, I am always being taught that whenever you read a topic, you should be finding out the keywords. Now, the keywords in your theme here, it's so difficult a theme. I believe you me. Innovative is my first keyword here. Skills, eco-friendly technologies, quality, impactful research. All. So I could find out 6 keywords here. And when you speak about 6 keywords in a research paper, if a research topic, when you write, it's too difficult a task. Then I saw all the detailed program, the detailed program schedule and all these sessions. And I really saw that these sessions have actually covered up everything related to these 6 keywords. So I will be just focusing my talk on simply the meaning, the requirement and essentials of research. So when I say research or loosely we can say discovery also, this is a very highly exaggerated word. Believe you me, research is not as that difficult as we always say. Research is a very simple phenomenon. Believe you me, most of us, the moment we use the word research, we feel, oh my God, research is, I mean, it's a rocket science. It's a very difficult thing. Actually, it is not. If I just see how you all are feeling after such a long session, this is also a research. If I just see why my daughter is not smiling today, this can be also a research. Research is a very simple phenomena. The only 2 requirements in research is, number 1, there should be a very valid, identified, well-researched objective. This is the first requirement of research. And the second requirement of research is there should be a passionate, should be dedicated researcher. The researcher who wants to do the research passionately, and passion is the key. This is the only requirement for the research. 2 things, very well-defined objective and a passionate and dedicated researcher. Now, when we speak about research, to me, research is a voice, research is a journey that too in an ocean, that too in a boat without any support system. That is research. So, as we always say, research is, it should be valid. My fellow speakers have already spoken about, but I personally believe if research is without any cause, it's not going to make any impact. So there should be always a cause defined for individual, for self, for people, for society, for nation, and above all for universe. There should be purpose. So research should be purposive. Research should be controlled. Whenever I address to my PhD scholars, PhD is a very close program to my heart. And from the day of inception of PhD program in MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, 2004, I have taken care of this program. And I have always made it a point to teach to PhD scholars since 2004. And that's what I'm doing till today also. Before coming to this session, I was going through the new guidelines of UGC also, and I was very happy that UGC is now coming out with very new things, very stringent rules they are coming also with, and all these requirements they should be there. But as I always say, research should be controlled. So PhD is not a complete research phenomena. PhD is a part of, so it should be controlled. Being a part of many research bodies, I have seen number of ODCs, I see number of times we certify the person, we award the degree, but researches are not that meaningful as they should be, as this should be. Outcome, every research should be outcome oriented. There should be systematic research defined with research methods, proper things. It should be having a good content, and it should not be stopped. When I see the keywords today, every keyword which you have taken, Dr. Sanjana, it's very meaningful, and I have not attended all the session, but I'm very sure every speaker must have done justice to it, because I could see plenty of friends of mine who were there in this workshop. Now, if I am permitted, I can just speak about a few. The first thing is impactful and outcome based research, which is the most essential thing. I was listening to a very good speaker in one of the forums where he rightly said that if you just go to the Shodh Ganga platform, you will find out thousands and thousands of researches uploaded there. But how many of these researches are making any meaning to the life of anybody? How many of these researches are going to give anything to the society? This is the thing which we need to check. And that is what my point of view is also, that whenever we are involved in a research, now, there are new phenomena which I see in many of the theses which I go through, which I evaluate, which I had to see because of the chairs of anybody, where I see just to make it more impressive, we basically come out with more hypotheses, more objectives, number of things which are redundant in nature, more variables, but I really at times miss the real content of it. Though we award, all these theses are awarded also, all these theses are correctly true, they have the defined sample size also, they have the defined methods also, their researches are in order, their statistical methods are controlled. But this is a humble request through this FDP, through this medium, that all the people who are involved in research, they should be guided that the research always should be with an outcome. And it should be useful for the people, for the society and everyone. It should be giving some impact to the society, some impact to the self, some impact to the country. Research is, if not going to be used for any organization or society, it's actually worth, it may be worth a degree, but otherwise it's not worth. One very important concept which everyone has spoken about, this is about innovation. Innovation, but my point on innovation is slightly different. I personally feel without innovation, no research is possible. There is actually nothing like innovation. Innovation and research are synonyms. Research actually cannot be done without being, without being innovative. Research needs to be innovative. There cannot be any static research. Research has to be always dynamic. So innovation and research are always synonyms, and these few things should be always taken care of. So the moment we say innovation, to me, innovation should not be mentioned separately. It should be a part of the research also. I am a teacher by choice. Dr. Parijat was reading my profile, and I only wanted to say one thing which my a previous speaker has also spoken about. This is one of the very big problem nowadays in all the higher education institutions, especially where we are lacking people, we are lacking faculty members who are not faculty by choice. And if this problem is removed, if the faculty who is joining the institution, the organization, they are all faculty by choice, believe you me friends, there cannot be a single problem. Because the moment you say faculty is by choice, faculty is faculty, then number of things comes as a part of that. For example, if you ask me my honest point of view, very recently, UGC has introduced research and publication ethics. I also happen to teach this course. And if you believe me all, I really feel hurt when I have to say to my researchers that you have to be ethical. If a teacher needs to be told about that he or she has to be honest, he or she has to be loyal, he or she has to be having integrity, the purpose is defeated. I believe, Dr. Devra, I mean, all these things are part of the package which we have chosen with our choice. The moment we say we want to be a teacher, so these things comes as a package. So is the research. The moment you become a researcher, the moment you become a research guide, the moment you be a researcher. Professor Sharma is here. Yesterday I was going through a news report where I could see that only 4 crore people here in India are actually into undergraduate studies, where out of undergraduate studies of 4 crore people, 1 crore people, 1 crore students are doing BA honors. Right, now this is the data. We are now 141 billion people. We are actually the largest country in some terms of the population. We have exceeded China also. Out of the 7 billion people in this earth, in this world, if you just see how many people are doing research or how many people are actually into research, maybe a minuscule 0.01%. And I believe that the moment person decide to be in the field of researcher, irrespective of any caste, creed, religion, anything, then it's a different shell altogether. It's a different community altogether. So the researcher, the moment the researcher tag is with you, you cannot afford to do anything which is morally or otherwise wrong. I believe if you are a teacher, if you are a researcher, you cannot do anything wrong. So if quality you speak about, we have spoken about quality and impactful research. So quality is again, Dr. Sanjana, is a part of research only. So there is nothing like innovative, there is nothing like quality. It has to be a part of research. The moment you use the word research, you say, I am involved in research, it has to be impactful, it should be having innovative things, and it should be with quality. What is quality? See, for quality, for people who are just doing quality for the sake of it, they are not the researchers. They cannot be the researchers. Researchers only can do the work if they feel quality is a part of their hygiene. So hygiene, quality is hygiene. For the people who believe that quality is the only way of life, they are the only researcher. My perception on that is that research cannot be done by people who are not believer of quality or who are using quality practices because of some force. I'm sorry, but those people cannot be researchers. So skill, we speak about skills, traits, characteristic, honesty, loyalty, integrity, leadership. professionalism, strong word, but everything is included if I only use one word, ethics. The moment you follow ethics, so research and ethics again are synonym. No research can be without ethics. And all those people who need to be taught the meaning of ethics, friends, I personally believe the very objective of telling them how to do research is defeated. If we have to teach ethics, but unfortunately, we are into a world, we are into the changing paradigm of education, we are into the changing paradigm of research, where all these things are taking a new shape. And just because of few black sheeps, we are now all are involved in these kind of things where we have to teach people regarding this also. We are all into a system where we believe outcome-based education. Every program, every FDP, every MDP, every training in MET, in all the campuses, all the universities, we follow a outcome-based system where we define the intended objectives and then we see whether these intended objectives are fulfilled or not. And from that point of view, I must say, Dr. Sanjana, the FDP, the planned by your team under the guidance of Honorable Professor P.V. Sharma is too apt, too to the point, and this is the requirement, this is the key of the day. This is basically something which every individual, and I am again emphasizing that research is not only for literate people, research is for everyone. There is no benchmarking that research can be only done by PG, UG, or PhD students or somebody else or professors. Research is a requirement. Research is something where you have to think beyond the requirements, where you have to actually put an innovative mind for the cause of society and the world. This is all from my side. I know we are slightly going slow. We have exceeded the time limit. So there were so many things I wanted to, but thank you so very much. I think I should stop here. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Dr. Bansal sir, thank you so much indeed for so many valuable tips. And these are very, very important at the end of the day, because we are now coming to an end of this 5-day faculty development program. What you say is absolutely right, that those engaged in research have to do it by choice, not by just compulsion, because no compulsion can allow us to discover the meaning and value and worth of truth that we wish to discover through our research. As a researcher, we need to be truthful to ourselves. We need to, of course, follow religiously the scientific ethics and professional morals associated with the domain and discipline to which we are serving. And we have to serve the larger interest through our research. Research is not per se for publication or career. It is to finally end up by improving the quality of life of our people here and around the world, and also at the same time being part and parcel to the service of God Almighty in nurturing this beautiful world and making it even better than what we received from our forefathers. And therefore, the highest amount of commitment to truthfulness, to self-discipline is required. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna is on record to say, Atma Sanyam Yogagna जुब्यते ज्ञान दीप्तम. आत्म संयम की अग्नि से ज्ञान का दीप प्रज्वलित होता है. And the jnana which Lord Krishna is talking about, he says Shraddhavan lavate jnanam tatparah sanyate indriya. And therefore the self-discipline, which has an inbuilt element of integrity and commitment to truthfulness and righteous conduct, is absolutely essential for a researcher to pursue the path of truthfulness, to discover the truth. Without purity of mind and self-discipline, truth would never be, in fact, available to the researchers who are engaged. And therefore, I think we in India, belonging to a great civilization, have to follow this religiously, that self-discipline and unconditional commitment and highest level of integrity to what we do is absolutely necessary. I think the researchers present in this program, the faculty members from various universities, would take this message forward, that at no cost the research integrity be sacrificed, no matter what the compulsion is. And therefore, I think this program would have then served a much bigger purpose. Research quality, research relevance, research integrity have to go together. And there is no quality without relevance, There is no relevance without quality, and there is no quality and relevance without research integrity. Thank you so much for your learned.
And sir, no research can be conclusive even, sir. I mean, I personally believe that research can never be conclusive even. No research. I mean, it should be continued.
मैं तो यहाँ तक कहता हूँ कि researcher is one who fears none other than his vice chancellor. A researcher is one who fears none other than himself. A researcher is one who fears none other than himself. He does not fear even his vice chancellor or his head of department or boss. When I was in IIT or University of Birmingham doing research, I was only scared of myself. कि मेरी आंखें मुझे धोखा ना दे दें, मेरे हाथ कंक्लूजन लिखते समय कांप ना जाएं, मेरे इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑब्जर्वेशन मुझे गलत ना दे दें, इसकी मुझे चिंता रहती थी, बाकी मुझे किसी की चिंता नहीं. तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि रिसर्चर को केवल अपने आप से डरना चाहिए और किसी से नहीं.
बिल्कुल ठीक कहा सर आपने. अभी आपके आशीर्वाद से सुप्रीम कॉन्शियसनेस पे कुछ काम कर रहा था, तो अपने, अगर आपको अपना डर है तो उसका डर अपने आप होगा सर.
तो वाइस चांसलर से भी डरने की जरूरत नहीं है, बिकॉज यू आर डिस्कवरिंग द ट्रुथ फॉर गॉड ऑलमाइटी एंड फॉर द पीपल एंड ह्यूमैनिटी एट लार्ज. लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप वाइस चांसलर से झगड़ा करोगे या हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट से आर्ग्यू करोगे. इसका मतलब सिर्फ ये है कि आप आत्म संयम का फॉलो करते हुए अपने काम को पूरी निष्ठा, कर्तव्य निष्ठा के साथ करोगे और उसी से सही मायने में आप आगे बढ़ोगे. हम लोगों ने अपनी जिंदगी में कुछ ना कुछ तपस्या की होगी, तब जाके इन कुर्सियों पर बैठे हैं. ये किसी के धक्का मुक्की से या इधर उधर से नहीं हम लोग यहाँ तक पहुंचे. और मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि जो लोग ट्रुथफुली अपना काम करते हैं, चाहे वो रिसर्च हो, टीचिंग हो या चेयर ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो, उनको ईश्वर का सपोर्ट बराबर मिलता है और वो आगे बढ़ते हैं.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor P.V. Sharma, for your words of wisdom. And thank you so much, respected Professor Sanjeev Bansal, for your impactful address. You have highlighted that research should always, with the useful outcome, then only it is useful. Without innovation, no research is possible, as innovation and research are both synonymous. Quality is the way of life. Who knows this and implement in their life, in real mind, they are the real researchers, nobody else. And research is for all. Thank you so much, Professor Sanjeev Bansal, for your impactful and inspiring words and for giving your valuable time to us for this particular faculty development program. We are very, very thankful to you. Thank you so much, Dr.
I'm grateful, man. Thank you so much.
So we have come to close towards end of this faculty development program, and overall, all 5 days were full of information and wisdom. Dear participants, this 1 week has gone like this. And this 1 week has taught each one of us the best practices of writing quality and impactful research papers and publish them in a very good journals. So we as educators, as a research scholars, as a faculty members, as an HODs cannot deny the fact that we all are taking fruitful experience with us from all the esteemed speakers for this FDP and who all esteemed dignitaries who have joined during inaugural session, all esteemed dignitaries who have joined for this faculty development program. And the best of this whole program is the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor P.V. Sharma, whose words of wisdom always makes us more wiser and more knowledgeable. Thank you everyone, dear participants. I'm just posting the feedback on the chat box. Kindly fill up. Honorable Sir, you would like to say anything?
एक बार और कह दूं, a researcher is one who fears none other than himself. Yes. And likewise, a teacher is one who fears none other than himself. एक अच्छे टीचर और अच्छे रिसर्चर का यही गुण है, वो सिर्फ अपने आप से डरता है कि मैं क्लास में लेट ना हो जाऊं, मैं कोई गलत चीज ना पढ़ा दूं, मैं गलत नंबर ना दे दूं किसी को. बहुत बड़ा पाप होता है. इन सब चीजों से हमें डरना पड़ता है. ऐसा ही रिसर्च में हम कोई गलती ना कर जाए, किसी ऑब्जर्वेशन को नजरअंदाज ना कर दें, किसी ऑब्जर्वेशन को गलत मान करके अलग ना पटक दें. इन सब चीजों का हमें बहुत ध्यान देना होता है. और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस 5 दिन के प्रोग्राम में वी हैव शेयर्ड वेरी मेनी टिप्स अबाउट how to go about doing quality research, research of high impact that should transform the society and the nation and its economy, its society, its quality of life, and should in fact be path-breaking to the extent to create a new world as we desire. So I'm sure you have done a great job. Sanjana, you deserve all our praise for the hard work you have done, and your team is comprising of Dr. Parijat Bhattacharya ji. I have been seeing her from the day one. I think she deserves all our praise. Professor Devra, despite being so old, he has been present in many sessions I could see. And I'm sure all your participants, they were really good. Even at the last minute, I find 82 connected to the valedictory. Usually valedictory में 5, 10, 15, 20 लोग ही होते हैं, उनको भी मुश्किल से बिठाना पड़ता है. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि you have been very fortunate to get highly devoted participants for this program. Please send the beautiful participation certificate to all concerned and share with them the gist of the 5-day program also, that may remain with them for life, and let them go back to their institution. और जब ये वहाँ जाएं तो वहाँ जाकर लोग कहें कि बदले बदले से सरकार नजर आते हैं, क्या हो गया, ऐसे क्या मिराकल हुआ कि 5 दिन के बाद शर्तों इतने बदल गए हैं कि अब तो हर एक को सुना रहे हैं कि रिसर्चर इज वन हु फियर्स नन अदर देन हिमसेल्फ. और भगवत गीता को खोल के भी ढूंढ रहे हैं जिसमें लिखा हुआ है आत्म संयम योगाग्ने जुभ्यते ज्ञान दीप्तम. तो ये सारी बातें करेंगे, रिसर्च इंटीग्रिटी की बात करेंगे, रिसर्च क्वालिटी की बात करेंगे, रिसर्च रेलिवेंस की बात करेंगे. तो मैं समझता हूँ इससे बेहतर और क्या हो सकता है. और देखिए हमारे प्रोफेसर धनंजय जोशी साहब भी हमारी बात को सुन रहे हैं.
सर
खुशी की बात है.
एक चीज बस आपसे प्रभावित होकर सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि एंड आ गया है, लेकिन जो आपकी बातें ऐसी कान में मिश्री की तरह घुल रही हैं कि मन कर रहा है निरंतर सुनता जाऊं. तो आपकी पर्सनालिटी को और डेडिकेट करते हुए एक शब्द मुझे याद आ रहा है जो मैंने संस्कृत में सुभाषितानी में 8वीं कक्षा में पढ़ा था कि नमंती गुणिनो जनाना नमंती फलिनो वृक्षा दुष्टस्य शुष्कस्य न नमंती कदाचना. व्हाट डज इट मीन? कि एक गुणवान मनुष्य और हमेशा एक फलदार वृक्ष आपको झुका हुआ मिलेगा, और दुष्ट और जो शुष्क पेड़ होंगे वो हमेशा तने हुए मिलेंगे. तो किसी शायर ने कहा, क्योंकि मेरे जो गाइड थे वो प्रोफेसर के जैन एएमयू से पास आउट थे, तो उनकी शागिर्दी में कुछ शायरी मुझे भी आ गई. तो वो कहते थे कि झुकता वही है जिसमें कुछ जान होती है, अकड़ खास मुर्दे की पहचान होती है, कि तनावर दरख्तों को तूफान झुकाए, घास को देखो खुद को झुक झुक के बचाए, हमें आसमां का नजारा करो और दुनिया में रहना है तो झुक के गुजारा करो. तो यहाँ पर झुकने का मतलब है नम्रता, ह्यूमिलिटी और विनम्रता. तो आपकी विनम्रता पहचान है, आप पूरे भारत में पूरे विश्व में जाने जाते हैं. और एमईटी मुझे लगता है बहुत ही फॉर्चुनेट है आप जैसे व्यक्ति को इस पद पर, ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर के पद पर आने पर. आपने इस यूनिवर्सिटी को नया आकार दिया है और जहां भी आप रहे आपने सृजन की एक परंपरा को जन्म दिया है. और मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई यहाँ पर आके कि इस पूरे डिस्कोर्स में बहुत कुछ आपसे सीखने को मिला. और जब भी आप बात करते हैं चाहे वर्चुअली चाहे फिजिकली, तो मुझे लगता है कि मुझे कुछ नया मिल रहा है सीखने को. क्योंकि किसी ने कहा कि अच्छे व्यक्ति का जो संसर्ग होता है वो चंदन के वृक्ष की तरह होता है. वो जब हाथ से छूटता भी है चंदन तो खुशबू छूट जाती है और अपने साथ हम उस खुशबू के साथ ले जाते हैं. तो आप लार्जर देन लाइफ हैं कि चले चलिए कि चलना ही दलीले कामरानी है, जो थक के बैठ जाते हैं मंजिल पा नहीं सकते. तो आप तो दरिया है जिसे अपना हुनर मालूम है, जिस तरफ भी जाएंगे रास्ता हो जाएगा. तो अभी स्काई इज द लिमिट. आप ऐसे ही आशीर्वाद दीजिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर संजना एंड ऑल टीम फॉर गिविंग दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. और प्रोफेसर पीवी शर्मा जी का आशीर्वाद हमें मिलता रहे इसी कामना के साथ. Thank you very much, sir. I could not resist myself to adding my views also after listening to you. Thank you again.
So
Thank you
kind of
very
you,
much.
Professor Joshi. We are proud of you and the work you and your colleagues are doing at the university. We look forward to connecting to you in our future programs also, because the mission building the teachers of high conscience and character is something which is absolutely important for building a new India. And we shall organize further programs in order to ensure that the teaching community in India is not only energized but feel that conviction and confidence in them that no matter what the world says, we will still do our very best. जिससे होंगे कामयाब. और एक दिन नहीं, जिस दिन हम चाहेंगे अपने जीवन में ही कामयाब होंगे, अब उसका ज्यादा इंतजार करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you.
Thank
So
you
nice.
so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear participants. I'm posting the feedback form on the chat box. Kindly fill up this feedback form. And You have to fill up in detail. This is a kind of reflection come feedback form as you are filling up every day. So kindly fill up all the details here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being with us all 5 days. We are so fortunate to have you, and we will be in touch for our educational future endeavors. And I will keep posting in between everything. I will post all the recording of all the 5 days as I received, maybe today or tomorrow. By tomorrow, I will post all the recordings for 5 days. And you will get the certificate within maximum within 15 days because AIU is involved in this. So you will get your certificate definitely. We will send you the mail along with your certificate, but it will take 15 days. So thank you for being with us. Thank you so much. Namaskar, Shabba Khair. Thank you, Professor Devra. Thank you, Dr. Parijat. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much for your hard work and then excellent organization of the
Thank you
5-day
so much.
work.
Thank you.
To you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
In
Ms.
both even Parijat, Bhattacharya also, I want to be thankful
Thank
to
you,
you.
Doctor.
You
Thank
both
you so
really,
much.
without you both, I think nothing could have been done under this 5-day journey, long journey with a lot of wisdom and a lot of, yeah, so many things happened. Of course, I have been watching most of the time. But
Yes,
of course, I am really very, very happy, very, very happy. And then this is one of the role models of all, so many FDPs I have had and I have participated personally. But of course, this is one the most useful and an excellent FDPs.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your
Really
motivated
appreciate it.
words.
Thank you very much.
All
Thank you
these
very much.
words make us more innovative, more motivated towards doing next work with full energy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor I.S. Thakur. Thank you so much. We can't hear you. You are on
Sir,
mute.
you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, Dr. Thakur.
I told you I'm doing parallelly, I'm doing another things also. So
Okay.
thank you very much. It was wonderful that I can tell you, and it was very useful for the people. I don't know. I think that this type of presentation that you can keep it with you and you can display later on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thakur.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Dr. Miss Libby, Miss Shreya, for being with us. Dr. Nisha Tiwari, Dr. Parijat, thank you for your support and help throughout all 5 years. Thank you, dear all the participants. Thank you. And we will be in touch on the WhatsApp group, and I will be posting all the details there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maqsood. Without you, I think this program will not be successful. Your help is very, very important during the session. So you help us in every session and giving your IT support. Thank you so much, Maqsood. We can wind up the session and I'm getting the responses. Thank you, Dr. Bhakti, Dr. Vikram Singh. Thank you, Dr. Suganya, Dr. Joydev, Dr. Kavita, Dr. Smriti, Miss Smriti, Professor Abdul, Dr. Mustafa, Dr. Atin, Dr. Jaspal, Dr. Ritika, Dr. Neelam, Dr. Abneet, Dr. Alka, Dr. Mahima Gupta. Dr. Mahima Gupta, she is from Amity University, Noida. She is a very good friend of mine who has joined this program. Thank you, Dr. Mahima Gupta, Dr. Mustafa, Dr. Bhakti, Dr. Neha. Thank you, each one of you, for joining us today. Thank you. Bye-bye.